Good morning, everybody.
Room and also online via Zoom. We're doing
Are doing YouTube.
and we also, oh, that's the next slide. Never mind. Please advise that this meeting will be recorded and streamed live via YouTube. The recording will also be made available specific for public viewing after the event. We have a quorum of 8 commissioners today. Online, we have John Slutsky and Jana Milford. I, Curtis Reeder, am here present. Commissioner Dan Blankenship, Commissioner Martha Rudolph, Commissioner Shelley Miller. Welcome to your first in-person meeting, Shelley, and Commissioner Jim Sewell. Jim, also welcome to you for the first time in person, and Commissioner Gary Arnold is en route. Miss Greg Thomas, sorry, Greg, you're on the other side. I didn't see there. Thank you, Martha. Skipping around the list, I should have gone in order. And Commissioner Thomas is also
Sure, Curtis.
We are also supported today by commission staff, Jeremy Murray, our administrator, Robin Willey, and Corey Howard, commission counsel, and Jenny Ray, our program coordinator. With that, we will move to our consent agenda. We'll vote on agenda items 6 and 7. As part of the consent agenda, that is approval of the minutes and regulation number 9, open during prescribed fire and permitting. I would entertain a motion for the consent agenda.
So move.
Thank you.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Rudolph, second by Commissioner Blankenship. Any discussion?
I noticed that it's 6-7.
Oh,
Rude. That's all.
Okay. Yeah.
That's what I forgot.
Okay. All in favor of adopting the consent agenda, say aye or raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
You should.
Any abstentions? Okay, we have adopted the consent agenda. And with that, I will pass the gavel over to Commissioner Rudolph for the Reg 31 continuation.
Commissioner, we have Commissioner Arnold too. Okay. Thank you. And I see Commissioner Arnold has joined us online. So this is a continuation of rulemaking hearing number 31, landfill methane regulation. It's a continuation from August 20th and 22nd, 2025. The commission will consider establishing a new regulation number 31 to address municipal solid waste landfill greenhouse gas control and monitoring requirements. I note that at the beginning of regulation 31, we had 2 commission disclosures, one from me and one from Commissioner Greg Thomas. I was asking Greg if he has any updates to his disclosure. I have none myself.
Not me.
Are there any other disclosures from any of the other commissioners? I see none. Right, then we will go forward with presentations.
Commissioner Rudolph,
Yes,
sorry, I had my hand up.
Oh, sorry.
I just want to state that I will not be participating because I wasn't able to attend the original hearing.
all right, thank you. You're not the only one, so thank you. We'll start with presentations today. I note that we have reopened the record and we've had a number of written and oral comments, I think beginning in July. All of those comments and the ones after the hearing in August will be part of the rulemaking record. And I thank everyone who participated, the public and generally who provided comments, both oral and written. I appreciate their doing that, including from last night. So we'll go ahead and start with the parties. The first one is the division, and then we'll have Kiowa County. And the division, you have 30 minutes.
Commissioner Rudolph, I do have one point of order.
Yes.
Jennifer Beaver on behalf of Waste Management. We understand that one of the commissioners that was part of the original August hearing may have time constraints this morning and may need to leave. And so on behalf of Waste Management, Republic Waste Connection, and NWRA. And just as a protective objection, we raised concerns about the ability of this commission to proceed to a vote if one of the 6 commissioners that was present during the August hearing is no longer present. So specifically, we have legal concerns about whether the commission would still have a quorum as required under the procedural rules and state statute. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, we'll go ahead and start with the division.
Thank you. Good morning, commissioners. Good to see you all again for the continuation of this rulemaking. My name is Tim Taylor. I'm supervisor of the Strategy Development Unit in the Climate Change Program of the Air Pollution Control Division. And I'm going to be presenting to you today on the updated landfill methane rule proposal submitted by the division to the commission last month for Air Quality Control Commission Regulation number 31. While I'm providing this or presenting this, I want to acknowledge the extensive work of both landfill and non-governmental organization representatives who collaborated with the division to develop the updated proposal. This presentation is intended to represent the collective work of all of those that came together to develop the updated proposal before you. This provides an overview of the presentation. As noted, because of time limitations for one of the commissioners, I'm only going to cover the background for the proposed rule revisions and the issues addressed in the revised rule proposal, including those identified by the commission during its initial deliberations in August, as well as others, and then formally request that the commission adopt the revised rule under Errata 4 as is, and answer any questions you have. So what is the background for the proposed rule revisions and how those came about? As we all know, the commission conducted a rulemaking hearing for the division's proposed landfill methane rule in August 2025. And during the commission's initial deliberations, several issues or concerns with the proposed rule were identified. At that time, the commission decided to continue the rulemaking to December 2025, where we are now. Based on this, after the August hearing, the division reached out to environmental groups and landfill representatives to explore with these parties if there was interest in meeting to discuss the issues raised by the commission, as well as other issues raised by parties during the hearing, and to determine if we might come to an agreement on these matters, which parties expressed interest in doing. From September to early November 2025, division met with the majority of the parties to the rulemaking on numerous occasions and worked through each of the issues identified in the cover letter for Errata 4, eventually coming to agreement on rule language for the issues through the development of either new or revised language or deciding to keep existing language in place. Once it was determined there was agreement on a revised proposal, the division conferred with all parties to the rulemaking late October and early November on the rule revisions and submitted the revised rule to the commission on November 12, 2025, with a motion to reopen the rulemaking record. And the commission adopted the motion on November 20th, 2025. The revised rule proposal also includes revisions that the division proposed during its rebuttal presentation on August 22nd, 2025, based on discussions and agreements with certain parties during the August hearing. Again, I do want to note that the division and other parties to the rulemaking appreciate the opportunity afforded by the continuation of the rulemaking to be able to work through these issues and come to an agreement. Although it wasn't easy, the revisions in Errata 4 represent a compromise among the broad set of interested parties that will give effect to the parties' respective goals and ideally will allow for timely and efficient implementation, and as reflected in party statements, is supported by or is not opposed by most parties to the rulemaking. Accordingly, we request that the commission adopt the revisions in Errata 4 as is with no changes, since it is based on a delicate compromise. So here's the list of the issues that were identified by the commission during its initial deliberations at the August hearing that have been addressed in Errata 4. As mentioned, not all issues identified by the commission were addressed in the rule revisions, such as the GCCS design plan submission deadline gas expansion and open flare phase out, which is because the parties agreed to the existing language for these in the proposed rules. And then here's a list of the other issues that were addressed in Errata 4 during the discussions that occurred from September to November 2025. I'm just going to skip through the remainder of these slides that have the details to the rule revisions due to the time limitations for one of the commissioners. However, the division or the parties represented here, happy to answer any questions the commission has regarding those changes. So with that, the division would like to request that the commission adopt regulation number 31 under Errata 4 as submitted to the commission on November 12th, 2025 with no changes. Thank you for your time. And again, we'll be happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you. Commission questions? Can't see if any commissioners online have questions. If you do, go ahead and ask them. All right, I'm not seeing any commission questions. I'll ask if there's cross by Kiowa.
No, there is not.
All right. Thank you very much. We'll move on to Kiowa County.
Thank you. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, commissioners, for finally allowing Kiowa County a voice regarding Errata 4. Kiowa County, as well as other parties, were purposely excluded from secret discussions pertaining to the Errata 4, as well as denied access to the Errata 4 until the last minute. Therefore, it is tainted at best. The APCD has routinely sought to silence Kiowa County's concerns during this entire endeavor, stating multiple times that our input does not matter because Regulation 31 will not affect us. This repeated statement is illogical and is a glaring double standard. During the hearing, the Kiowa County was asked why it cares about this regulation, with "it depends on what version you pass and how it will affect us." As an answer, every law or regulation passed in the state directly affects every county and its citizens. Kiowa County is made up of low-income communities, which would place them in direct line with the Colorado Environmental Justice Act. Refusing the citizens of Kiowa County a voice violates this act by denying, and I quote directly from the webpage of the Office of Environmental Justice, to participate freely in decisions that affect their environment, as well as a statement from the EPA on the same site. Environmental justice is the fair treatment and meaningful involvement of all parties regardless of race, color, national origin, or income, with respect to the development, implementation, and enforcement of environmental laws, regulations, and policies. Ergo, equal access to the decision-making process. For the APCD to violate this act as it claims to be protecting is indefensible. Is this the double standard that they want to set? I am here today to represent a county in the state of Colorado, not a giant corporation or an NGO, a government body representing low-income communities in the state of Colorado. Why was a county with party status that owns and operates a landfill denied access to these meetings? Why were other parties not included? The EDF and Green Latinos were allowed access, an obvious double standard when considering the repeated statements by the APCD towards Kiowa County. Their access was justified by the APCD because they are considered valued partners in these discussions due to their expertise. Then why was SCS Engineering excluded? SCS has been involved in the creation of every landfill methane gas regulation that Regulation 31 is based on. A company of engineers in business for over 50 years working on these types of problems with landfills in multiple states and has solid data to back up their claims. Kiowa County only learned about these secret meetings from the Coalition of Counties. It was stated to us that a slim majority of the coalition members agreed to reopening the record and Errata 4 out of fear, either by being seen as unfriendly to the environment or because it is the best case scenario they think they can get out of this mess. For the record, Kiowa County does sincerely care about the environment, and we are fearful of reprisals for speaking out, but we refuse to be bullied by being held to an obvious double standard. Here are some examples of Kiowa County's concerns. Increased tipping fees will raise costs for low-income families. Operational budgets will explode due to unresolved cost discrepancies. Undisclosed processing fees on all mined data. No reduction goal has been set with this regulation, leaving it open-ended. Lastly, the starting point is unclear. These are just a few of the major issues that have not been addressed. The NGOs have repeatedly stated that landfills are the third largest producers of methane gas, but they fail to mention that those numbers are nationally. In Colorado, using the pie graph provided by the APCD in the 3 public hearings and submitted by SCS on page 6 of their testimony slideshow, landfills in Colorado are number 8 out of the 8 categories. That's right, Colorado landfills do their job so well we are in last place at 1.1% by following the existing federal regulations. Now ask yourself, where exactly is the starting point in Colorado? That's the point. Major facts were glossed over or massaged during the hearing. When brought up for clarity with supporting data, landfills in the state were demonized and falsehoods were claimed by opposing parties. Why is this regulation a foregone conclusion? And why are landfills in the state going to be subjugated to the largest regulation the AQCC has ever passed? In the last hour of the last day of the hearing in August, some commissioners admitted on record that they do not understand how landfills operate. Why was the Waste Division not more involved? The APCD has an in-house source of valuable knowledge at their disposal and yet chose not to consult them. Is this a case of the right hand not wanting the left hand to know what it was doing or more? Commissioners, please look around you. Everything except the people themselves will eventually end up in a landfill or hopefully be diverted into recycling. With great respect, but simply put, the AQCC does not have the power needed to make a meaningful impact, which is the key issue. Not when and what type of flare to install or increase monitoring for data mining a report. Regulation 31 is an unfunded beast that only treats symptoms of landfill methane gas. This monster has no
Your
apprehension.
time is up. I'm sorry, but your time is up. Thank you.
Thanks for.
All right, commission questions?
Thank you. Mr. Is it Scranton?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Just one really kind of, I guess, direct question. How would errata 4 directly and specifically impact the operation of Kiowa County's landfill?
This regulation has already frozen my budget this year, and I've got a cost estimate from my consultants, which is going to put even just the reporting issues that we're going to have to do up to $5,400, which for a county that's operational budget at their landfill is just over $200,000, and the unmentioned costs for processing the data that they receive, it could be up to 5% of my landfill's budget, which means the used equipment that I have may not get repaired if it breaks down.
You say could be, but but what I'm hearing also is that you're saying that this particular errata would require you to do additional reporting.
The waste in place reporting.
What's that?
The waste in place reporting.
Waste in place reporting. So that's the absolute direct impact to you is at least that.
At the bare minimum, yes.
And what in your opinion would trigger then after this waste in place reporting, what in your opinion then would trigger additional requirements as errata 4 is written?
No further expansion of our landfills. We have to stay under the bare minimum to even survive, and increased tipping fees in our area would be horrible. It would cause waste being burned or dumped in ditches, just like all the other commissioners that have come up and talked about their counties, that's the same thing that's going to happen here.
What's the current volume of your waste in your landfill?
I believe we're at 75 million pounds. I don't have that number off the top of my head, but that sounds about right.
Okay, thank you.
Any other commission questions?
One online, I thought.
John had his hand up.
John had his hand up.
Oh, John, there you are. Yes.
Yeah, I'm here. Can you go over again your comment that landfills produce 1%, I think you said, of the greenhouse gases in Colorado? Could you talk
Yes,
about
sir.
that?
If you look on the page, I believe 6 is what I said of the, let me give you an exact page. I believe it was page 6 of SCS Engineering's slideshow testimony. They have a pie graph on there. It was either page 5 or 6.
Mhm.
That is the pie graph that was used in the public hearings by APCD that states that Colorado landfills were only 1.1%. Out of the 135 metric tons that is produced in the state of Colorado, landfills in Colorado are only 1 million tons of that, 1.1 million tons of that. We're only 1% of that entire number.
Okay. Madam Chair, would it be possible to get the division to comment on this?
We are getting them now.
Close that.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Screen.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Stephanie Schaub. I'm the Deputy Director for Regulatory Affairs for the Air Pollution Control Division. And just wanting to confirm or clarify your question. You had a question about the 1% or what the total amount of methane is coming from landfills?
Correct.
Correct. Okay. We do have, and I will have Clay come up because Clay has that information off the top of his head in a way that I don't.
Clay Clark with the Climate Change Program. Commissioner Selesky, I think actually it's a very good question. I think, and I agree with what the slide that was presented at the time of the hearing. I think what you're going to hear actually later today in the presentation on the inventory, which is timely, is actually that what we've previously understood about landfill methane is actually underaccounted from that methane. So it's a higher percentage than it has previously been understood to be. Matt will be here, Matt Twyman, who oversees the inventory group, will be here to give you a presentation. I think he could probably speak to that in much more detail.
Well, that doesn't help us right now, does it?
Well, what I can tell you is the amount that was put into the record. So let's go with what the record. It was roughly 1%. What I'm telling you is that based on the update to the inventory, that number will likely be changing. But the number that was presented and put into the record was roughly 1%.
Okay, thank you.
Is that it, Commissioner Slutsky? Okay.
That is it. Thank you.
All right. Other, yes.
I had one quick follow-up. Mr. Scranton, I heard you say that expanding your landfill would become impossible, and I'm unclear on that. Is from the data we have in the record, there are 78,000 short tons in your landfill, and the limit for triggering this regulation is 450,000. It seems like you have quite a bit of headroom to continue to add to the landfill, and I guess I don't know what the design capacity of your landfill is. I was just trying to understand that comment a little better.
Regulations such as this one hamper every publicly owned county's landfill the ability to expand when they need it. And by having regulations such as this, expanding is a better option than finding new land and polluting it versus trying to just grow what you already have. When you have regulations like this, you also are spending money that counties need for other services and or expansion when that needs to happen. You're also affecting their closure costs. There are so many factors that you need to understand when you put forth expensive regulations like this, when triggers it might not be Kiowa County, it might be other counties that are on the verge. That now they're going to have to put in the flares and all this expensive GCCS equipment. And then they have to try to open a new landfill if they're at their maximum capacity, or expand, which would then trigger them into something like this. This can be detrimental to counties. And that is the point that everybody in the public sector has been trying to say during this hearing.
Okay, so that point is more broadly about impacts on counties than about specifically the Kiowa County. Is that correct then?
That would be correct.
Okay, thank you.
Other commission questions? Crossed by the,
Commissioner Rudolph, I just feel like we would like to object to the division's response to information that is outside the record and that parties have not been able to evaluate. We appreciate the end recognition that the 1% is what's in the record, but any other information that will be presented to this commission at a later date or is in reports now is not something that the parties have had a chance to evaluate or consider.
all right, thank you. Thank you for that.
Madam Chair, Commissioner, fine, withdrawn again. I was hoping to answer Commissioner Schlesky's question, but I agree with council. That's, again, we can send what's in the record currently.
All right, thank you. Cross-examination by the division. All right, I see none. Any other questions from the commissioners before I ask for a motion to close the record? I'm seeing nothing. So I would entertain a motion to close the record and enter into deliberations.
So moved.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Commissioner. Okay. All right, so I would entertain a motion on Regulation 31.
Can I just ask for the commissioners to be identified who are participating in this versus those who are not? Like I'm not, because I wasn't here, so, and Commissioner Milford said she wasn't, so could we be clear about that?
Myself,
Sure.
yeah.
Yes, so we've got, I think, 3 commissioners, is that correct? That were not here, so that would be, oh, that's true, because there's.
We've got 6 who are.
Six are here, so that would be,
Rudolph, I think it's usually accomplished through an abstention when you get to the vote.
okay,
So when you're having your vote on the motion, those who are not participating.
Thank you.
Can say, I abstain.
that sounds,
Yeah, I understand that, but I still wanted to understand who at this table was here.
Okay.
Can we answer that question? Is that not allowed? Yes, okay. Okay, the 2 of you, and that's it? And the 2 of you?
so Commissioner
plus John and
Slutsky,
Gary.
Reader,
It's John and Gary.
Thomas.
Okay, thank you.
Arnold.
Okay, you've got it.
Got it, thank you.
Keep my notes straight. All right, I will entertain, okay, Commissioner Slutsky.
Yeah, I would like to, before I enter a motion, I'd like to preface it with a little comment, if that would be all right, if only to explain my motion. And that's because I'm opposed to some of the changes made in Errata 4. And I would generally take my lumps and support a collaborative effort that we see here that has just been presented, and that's what we encourage, collaboration and negotiation and resulting in compromise. That's our process. I think it's a good one. And there was a lot of good work done here. And I'm willing to take those lumps down, with the exception of the less stringent thresholds for corrective action and instantaneous surface emissions readings to be recorded. These are the heart of the regulation. As much of the regulation revolves around these numbers. Furthermore, I just don't understand how we've neglected our greenhouse gas resolution, the resolution we spent a year working on and approved a year ago. The resolution details how we are to proceed when making and enacting proposals to control greenhouse gases. And I know it's not binding, but it specifies that we reduce methane emissions from landfills and enact strategies to improve the existing federal new source performance standards and emission guidelines addressing landfill methane emissions. By adopting federal standards, I think we do not adhere to our resolution and fall short of the goals we set for ourselves. So I'm going to offer a motion, if only to spark this conversation a little, if there's a second, and also to voice my discomfort and opposition on the record. So my motion, oh, they vetted me. Hold on, they changed me a little bit. Okay, so I move to adopt a new regulation number 31 as set forth in the division's rebuttal statement and submitted as a part of this rulemaking hearing on August 20th, 2025, as amended by errata number 4, and with limited revisions to Part D, Section 1C2 and 2A4 to set methane corrective action thresholds of 200 parts per million volume or 200 parts per million mass and greater, and to Part D, Section 1C1 and Part H, Sections 1A20E and 2A12N to require recording and reporting of all instantaneous surface emission readings of 100 part per million volume or 100 part per million mass and greater, and any needed corresponding changes in the SBAP. That's all I got.
Is there a second?
Can I ask a clarifying question, please?
Sure.
Does the motion modify, it sounds like it does, but I want to clarify that the motion modifies the division's recommended motion.
Yes, it does.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Is there a second to the motion? I'm not seeing a second, so I believe the motion will die. So I will entertain a separate motion. Reader?
I move that we adopt Regulation 31 as outlined in the divisions errata 4 submitted recently and before us today.
Is there a second?
I second that.
Is there any discussion?
I just, I appreciate Commissioner Slutsky's comments. And I too have a tendency to feel that at many times we are over-regulating or more than necessary. I appreciate Mr. Scranton's situation in Kiowa County, but I also believe that there is a lot of room for growth in Kiowa County. It may adversely impact other landfills, but we do have an obligation as a commission, I think, to follow the mandates that we've been given with regard to reduction of greenhouse gases, particularly methane. And I think that we have also an obligation to follow the commission's policies and resolutions that have been established. I very, very much appreciate the division and those who participated in the discussion and compromise that is put forth before us today. Because I think I remember quite vividly that in August, we were not in a very good situation. And I truly believe that although it is not a solution that everyone would absolutely agree with, in the spirit of compromise, I think it is the best option that we have to move forward with today, and I support that. Thank you.
Thank you. Other commission comments? Mr.
Well,
Reader. Oh,
Go ahead.
hold on just a second.
That's
I'm
fine.
holding.
Okay.
Okay,
Thank you, Commissioner Rudolph. I support this motion. I wanted to say thank you to all the parties for all the work in getting this point. I know there were a number of issues outstanding in August, and that was part of why we had to continue the hearing. And I appreciate everyone's work in coming together to resolve those. Having said that, I guess I just want to make an observation on this particular rule. This struck me during the hearing in August, and it has continued to be a thought that I've had in the time since then. I realize that division staff are given a task to develop a regulation, and so that's what they do. And so this is, I'm not sure who this is directed at, but some higher level of state government are thinking, this source category strikes me as one because it's primarily municipal and government landfills, where a rule coupled with either some state funding, as we've done for EVs, to help mitigate the expenses on these rural counties and the cost on these rural counties would have been a nicer solution. Alternately, if we allowed more cross-sector greenhouse gas trading in the state, potentially some of the GEM sources that we're hear from later today, or midstream sources looking for emission reductions might have funded a lot of this work at landfills. So I will support the rule. I wish we would have done some of the things or looked at some other options for doing it differently. And again, I recognize that's probably several levels above the division rulemaking staff who are tasked with doing this, but I'd like for us to think more holistically as a state about how we approach some of these kinds of source categories. Thank you.
nice comments. Any other comments from commissioners? Commissioner Thomas?
Yes, so this regulation is new, right? So it's challenging. The fact that we weren't able to finish in August and continue till now seems like the process continued to play out and almost all of the stakeholders came together for a compromise. I do want to recognize that, EPA was supposed to release a landfill methane regulation in the summer of 2024. And the administration at that time decided not to, and the current administration has not indicated that they won't pursue it. So there will be a federal regulation coming around landfill methane monitoring. The fact that Colorado is ahead of that, I think, just in my regular work, I understand that it's not too dissimilar. And I also know that the thresholds 100 versus 200 in the grand scheme of things, whether it's like things like Carbon Mapper and the emerging use of satellites or other alternative monitoring technologies, usually 500 is kind of considered a fix-it or an action level. So 200 is still pretty strict. And so therefore, I support the errata 4. But I would also just kind of point out that sometimes, we put things on the calendar and they're not ripe enough. So that it's just one of those things where
you need me to, I can.
Maybe in the future, if there's room for continued negotiation before it comes to the commission, I would encourage them to take the time to perhaps delay or reschedule that so that we don't keep coming up on these, these kinds of timelines. So I'll leave it there.
Commissioner Slutsky.
Thank you. And I appreciate all my colleagues' comments and wanted to just state again that I think this was a great collaborative effort. They often are, and I will support this motion, even though I have registered my disappointment. I think this dilutes the original intent considerably. But there's so much more in there. I would have serious trouble voting against it, so I will support this.
Other commission comments? Guess we're about out of it. I will also say that this was a great effort. This is the first time for this commission. I think the short opportunity that the commission had at the conclusion of the hearing in August to start deliberations, we had a list that was quite lengthy of, I think, probably more issues to resolve in this rulemaking than we've had in many rulemakings in a very long time. And so delaying deliberations until December actually did open up an opportunity. And I'm very grateful that all the participants that were able to participate in discussions come up with a consensus. It's always good to have a consensus. Not everybody likes what happens in a consensus. But I personally believe that the perfect should not be the enemy of the good. And in this case, what I would also suggest at some point, I'm not suggesting we put language anywhere in the statement of basis and purpose, or certainly in the rule, but that we have some updates from the division on how this is working. And whether I imagine that this is a rule that will need to be tweaked in the future as we learn more how it is affecting the landfills, particularly in some of the smaller counties. I am very sensitive, I think all the commissioners are, to how this will impact the small counties. It would be good. I would agree with Commissioner Reeder. It would be particularly good if there were funding supplied to some of the smaller counties that have to find the funding to comply with some of even the reporting requirements. So, but I am very encouraged by this. I am really glad that the parties could all come to a consensus on this. And I'm very much as I said before, all the comments that we received on this. I think it made for a better, ultimately a better proposal in the end. So very much appreciate it. And with that, other commission comments? Then let's take a final vote. All those in favor say aye or raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? And the recusals? We have 3. All right. I guess that's it. Thank you. Passes 6-0. All right, I'll pass the gavel back.
Great.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Commissioner Rudolph. Thank you, Commissioner Rudolph.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I'll quote myself. Wait just a minute or so for folks to come in. Following that before. We're not taking it. What's wrong with me? No.
Really close to it.
A confusing file.
Yeah.
I'm new.
Okay, so the commission is going to continue the rest of the meeting, so those parties who
Very much, I appreciate it.
want to chat and debrief, I certainly get it. It'd be nice if you would go outside and do that. So we can continue with the rest of our business, or if you want to listen to our next compelling request for rulemaking, feel free to do that. But have a seat.
Inevitably, we have this.
So our next agenda item is a request for rulemaking hearing for regulations number 24, 26, and 30. And I would invite Ms. Dan Weber and Ms. Brubaker to come on up.
Just the up and down.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
So you did work it. Exactly.
Did work. Well, almost just like that.
You press the button, turn it green.
I should wear that one, but it's. But
Oh, jeez.
Getting everything set up, that's fine. Otherwise, feel free to go ahead and when you're ready.
Good morning, commissioners. My name is Amanda Damweber, and I'm here with my colleague Ashley Brubaker. We are on the Health Pollution Control Division's Policy and Planning team here today to present a request for rulemaking hearing for the proposed emission control regulations for our 5 priority air toxics. This presentation, I'm going to give a quick background. I know we have some new commissioners that are stepping into a very complex and multi-step air toxics programming. I'll also give the details on the division's proposed revisions and discuss the stakeholder engagement on this effort prior to bringing this proposal to your attention. The 2022 air toxics law that was passed under House Bill 22-1244 has numerous parts designed to better assess and evaluate and reduce emissions to air toxics exposures in our state. There's been a lot of activity on this before you in the last year and a half or so. This includes an adopted list for a state-only air toxics list, as well as expansions to our state air toxics reporting program that was completed to help improve our air toxics emissions inventory here in Colorado. Lastly, separate from commission action, but also a busy part of activity this year has been the division's effort to stand up and operate and maintain a new and expanded network of ambient air toxics monitoring stations across the state. The law has a separate set of requirements for a subcategory of toxic air pollutants that are classified as priority toxic air contaminants, or PTAC. And there's been several activities on this effort as well. Specifically for this commission, there has been a rulemaking to identify the 5 priority air toxics in January of this year, as well as an effort to propose health-based standards or benchmark values that are on their way to the General Assembly approval. That rulemaking was done in September of this year. Separate from this commission rulemaking, the division is also finalizing its air toxics permitting framework and delivering that to the General Assembly later this month. Given the timing and the involvement of the General Assembly on 2 of these issues, our proposed emission control regulations do not directly intertwine with the health-based standards that were adopted by this commission, as they are still not approved by the General Assembly. So I wanted to just flag that as kind of a separate track, because there's been some questions in our stakeholder on how these do or do not relate to that particular effort. So the rulemaking drivers for today's actions. Specifically, there is a requirement to act by April 30th of 2026 in the statute on these emission control regulations that need to be adopted for sources of priority toxic air contaminants. And the law specifies that these emission control regulations should prioritize reductions in disproportionately impacted communities that have multiple sources of PTAC emissions. That same 2022 law did also amend the definition of emission control regulation in a separate section of the statute to address the emission control requirements specifically for toxic air contaminants. The commission also has its general authorities to regulate toxic air contaminants in a separate section. So what are the emission control regulations? Emission control regulations can take many forms, and we've included several of those forms in our proposal. They include emission limits, modifications to the processes, traditional add-on control technologies, or substitutions for less toxic alternatives. The division's proposal has carefully considered each of the requirements and considerations that the law outlined in section 109.57B. These include a review of state air toxics regulations in other states, as well as in the federal framework that cover many of these pollutants, and how different sectors and equipment emit each of the PTAC. These considerations inform some of the categories that we'll be discussing in our proposal today. There's also determinations to be made on the technical and economic feasibility of the proposed regulations, as well as whether there are any viable substitute materials that are less hazardous. I'll now get into a brief overview of our proposal and then turn it over to my colleague Ashley to get into some of the pollutant-specific requirements. To start with our scope of proposal, this is on page 41 of our memorandum of notice submitted in our rulemaking packet, and it is aligned with the Commission's statutory obligations to act on this topic. These are state-only revisions, as if this is under the state air toxics law that was passed in 2022. To orient you to this proposed packet, because there are several impacted regulations, wanted to highlight first Regulation 30, which is the priority toxic air contaminant regulation that was adopted earlier this year. We have proposed to create a dedicated new section 3 of that regulation, and that is the regulation that will cover which sources are subject to these requirements. It also focuses on specific emission control regulations for sources of chromium, ethylene oxide, as well as hydrogen sulfide. This Regulation 30 also covers reporting requirements for emission notifications, as well as requirements for conducting facility-specific analysis for some of the categories, for some of the sources that fall outside of our proposed categories. The second regulation that is in the package is proposed amendments to Regulation 24. That includes proposed leak detection and repair requirements at petroleum refineries. And the third impacted regulation is Regulation 26. There's two separate sections here, one section 1D7 and the other section 1E. These are addressing amendments to requirements for engines and turbines. Regulation 26 carries all the other engine and turbine requirements. So we have proposed to consolidate that for ease on the impacted community. As I mentioned, we do have applicability criteria in order to appropriately focus our reduction efforts and allocate finite resources to a manageable number of categories, as well as prioritize which sources are impacted by these initial requirements. the division is proposing two different sets of applicability criteria. First, for both new and existing sources, we have proposed applicability criteria based off of emission thresholds. These are specific to the pollutant. And as you can see here, we have proposed emission thresholds for 3 of our 5 PTAC, including benzene, formaldehyde, and hydrogen sulfide. For existing sources, the division's proposal indicates that this would be based on the actual annual emissions. And for new or modified sources, this would be based on the potential emissions. These numeric levels are based on levels from New Jersey's state-of-the-art program, which has been around for many decades. And for benzene, I'll also note that this is the same numeric level used in the Regulation 3 DI permitting rule that was adopted by this commission in 2023. The 2 other pollutants, the division is not including a minimum emission threshold. And this is because unlike the other 3 pollutants, which have a wide range of potential source categories, we have proposed to craft our applicability for these two to specific types of equipment. And when we've researched the other state and federal requirements for these 2 toxic pollutants, there are no minimums in those rules. Our second set of applicability criteria, I wanted to highlight the statutory direction for this rulemaking. Directs us to prioritize reductions in disproportionately impacted communities with multiple sources of emissions to the PTAC. And so we have selected a set of location-based thresholds just for existing sources. So for the existing sources that meet those emission thresholds that I mentioned, we are proposing to further prioritize which locations for benzene and formaldehyde would be picked up by this proposed framework. And we've included 2 tenets of this location. One being whether or not that source is located within a census block boundary that is defined to be a disproportionately impacted community. Or we have proposed for the purposes of this PTAC emission control regulation, whether or not the facility is located within a 1-mile buffer zone of an area in the state where the census block has been modeled to have a cancer risk from all 4 of the carcinogenic PTAC. So that would be ethylene oxide, hexavalent chromium, and formaldehyde of at least 20 excess cancer cases per million people. So taking a look at this map, the dots on the map with the circle buffers around them, those represent facilities with a 1-mile buffer zone. If they're overlapping those dark purple areas, those are blocks that are within that 1-mile boundary of those modeled cancer risk areas. So there's that buffer area for the cancer risk, because we know proximity to emissions is a common tenet of risk assessment. And then we have also picked up the disproportionately impacted communities aligning with the statute. We have also proposed a set of exemptions. We received feedback on this on our rulemaking concepts as well as our stakeholder outreach, and we have decided to propose a set of broad exemptions that align with the exemptions that were adopted by this commission in the April, and this should say 2025, not 2026 rulemaking for in annual emissions reporting. So if those small pieces of equipment and activities are exempted, they do not need to be counted towards the source-wide emission thresholds for the applicability. They do not need to comply with the proposed PTAC categorical rules, and they would not be covered as equipment that would need to be included in any of the proposed requirements for facility-specific analysis that Ashley will talk about in just a little bit. We've also included a proposed concept to provide an opportunity for off-ramping of applicability for existing facilities that can refine their estimated PTAC emissions to demonstrate that they are below the threshold if those notifications are made to the division by June 30th of next year. I'll turn it over to Ashley for these detailed requirements.
Good morning, commissioners. I will jump right into the proposed requirements for each PTAC, starting with benzene, in which we are proposing a categorical requirement We're proposing a categorical requirement for petroleum refineries. Division's research on several recent commission regulations that target VOCs and greenhouse gases in the upstream or midstream oil and gas sectors show that these rules are reducing and will continue to reduce benzene emissions in these sectors. As a result, at this time, the division is proposing to exempt upstream and midstream sources from benzene emission control requirements. And we plan to revisit these sources in the future to develop potential categorical rules for benzene. Here's an idea of the locations of sources that meet the benzene applicability criteria. Shown as dots on the map are all of the potentially applicable sources based on available inventory data. However, after exempting the upstream and midstream oil and gas sectors, there are two potentially impacted facilities that remain, shown as triangles. The red triangle is a subject petroleum refinery, and the black triangle is a cement manufacturing facility, which is covered by the proposed non-categorical requirements. Regulation 24, we are proposing categorical requirements that will apply to any new petroleum refinery and one existing source. The proposed requirements for this category include lowering the VOC detection limit for pumps and other covered components to increase leak detection and repair frequency at lower thresholds, achieving benzene emission reductions as a component of VOCs. Next up is formaldehyde. The rule proposal includes two main emission control requirements for spark ignition, reciprocating internal combustion engines, and stationary combustion turbines at sources that meet the formaldehyde applicability criteria. This is a map showing where sources that meet the formaldehyde applicability criteria are located throughout the state. While our inventory data suggests a total of 249 facilities that meet the emission threshold, 161 of those meet either or both of the location-based criteria, and therefore may be subject to the rule as proposed. Inventory data also show that engines and turbines were the primary equipment types contributing to formaldehyde emissions at these sources, which informed our proposed categorical requirements. You may have seen in our request petition that we are proposing carbon monoxide limits as a surrogate for formaldehyde emissions for new or reconstructed engines and turbines. The EPA uses carbon monoxide as a credible surrogate to estimate formaldehyde emissions in gas combustion streams. It is also easier and less costly to measure. The feasibility of the proposed limits for both engines and turbines are supported by requirements we've observed in other state programs. And I'd like to emphasize that the proposed limits focus on new or reconstructed engines and turbines. However, we are also proposing to extend annual tuning and inspection requirements to reconstructed and existing engines and turbines at applicable sources unless they are already subject to similar federal rules. Apart from the overall exemptions that Amanda mentioned earlier, we are also proposing to exempt several types of engines, some that were cited in stakeholder comments received in our initial rulemaking concepts. At this time, these exemptions include compression ignition engines, non-road engines consistent with the Reg 3 definition, emergency power generators, and existing natural gas RICE that will be removed or electrified to comply with the midstream emissions reduction program in Reg 7. In Regulation 26, we are proposing a carbon monoxide limit of 0.4 grams per horsepower per hour for new or reconstructed spark ignition engines rated at or over 157 horsepower. This requirement is more stringent. This limit is more stringent than what is currently established under the federal NESHAP Quad C. In Reg 26, we are also proposing more stringent carbon monoxide limits for new or reconstructed stationary combustion turbines. The limits vary based on turbine size, cycle, and fuel type, and apply to units rated over 10 horsepower. Additionally, we are proposing to extend the Commission's major source RACT annual tuning requirements to all turbines at applicable sources to ensure good combustion. On to our next PTEC, hexavalent chromium. We are proposing categorical requirements that apply to any source that conducts decorative or functional chrome plating or anodizing. Here's an idea of the potentially impacted hexavalent chromium sources in the state. As indicated by black dots, many of these facilities are located in disproportionately impacted communities. We'd also like to note that while division staff is continuing to reach out to potentially subject sources, facility counts and locations are difficult to quantify and confirm due to limited reporting data on hexavalent chromium emissions and from chrome plating operations. In Regulation 30, we are proposing that no new decorative chrome plating sources using hexavalent chromium would be allowed in the state, and that existing decorative chrome plating sources would not be permitted to modify operations in a way that would increase their hex chrome emissions. In other state policies and programs, less toxic alternatives to hex chrome have been demonstrated to be technically and economically feasible. Also in Reg 30, we're proposing requirements that would apply to any new and existing functional chrome plating and existing decorative chrome plating operation. These requirements aim to minimize fugitive emissions by institution of certain housekeeping practices, construction of building enclosures, and use of fume suppressants from an approved list. Ethylene oxide, we are proposing categorical requirements for commercial sterilization facilities. Also in the proposed revisions to Reg 30, ethylene oxide requirements would apply to any new sterilizer and 3 existing sources. Our proposed revisions largely align with the recently adopted EPA NESHAP Subpart O. One additional part of our proposal is to establish interim requirements for a source that was granted a 2-year presidential exemption to the NESHAP. These requirements include compliance with a stack emission destruction efficiency and continuous monitoring of stack emissions, as well as limits on storage area fugitive emissions. And for our final PTAC, hydrogen sulfide, we are proposing categorical requirements for asphalt and asphalt roofing products manufacturing, manure digesters, and wastewater treatment operations. All of these requirements can be found in the proposed revisions to Reg 30. Just as a reminder, these requirements would only apply to sources that meet the proposed emission or activity thresholds for hydrogen sulfide. First up, asphalt roofing product category. These requirements would apply to any new source with such operations and 2 known existing sources. We have proposed a requirement to route process emissions to a regenerative thermal oxidizer to reduce hydrogen sulfide emissions by at least 97%, in which compliance would be demonstrated through initial testing and continuous monitoring. We're also proposing implementation of best management and operational practices at these sources. The manure digester category, the proposed requirements would apply to any new manure digester and 1 known existing source. Our research indicates that uncovered manure receiving and storage areas were largely responsible for excess fugitive hydrogen sulfide emissions. To target these emissions, we have proposed implementation of best management practices, including use of pit additives and limiting the retention time in the receiving pits. For the wastewater treatment category, we are proposing additional reporting requirements for sources that meet certain activity thresholds. Applicable sources must provide a one-time report of their facility's hydrogen sulfide emissions. Details to be included in the report are similar to those required under the annual air toxics reporting provisions in Reg 3 adopted by this commission in April of 2025. Our intention is that this requirement will fill a significant gap in our hydrogen sulfide data and will help inform future control strategies. There's been quite a bit of input from stakeholders on this source category. We believe that this proposal strikes the appropriate balance between community concerns related to emissions from this category and other stakeholder feedback highlighting historical reporting gaps that may be limiting currently available inventory data. And finally, the proposed facility-specific analysis requirements, also referred to as the non-categorical reports, which can be found in the proposed revisions to Reg 30. The way that this provision works is that a source would be required to submit an analysis to the division if the source meets the applicability criteria for benzene or formaldehyde, but is not currently subject to any of the proposed categorical rules. We are aware of 5 sources that meet this criteria, but recognize there may be other sources that are presently unknown based on current data sets. As proposed, the analysis must include assessment of facilities-specific, technically and economically feasible control measures with a PTAC of concern. The proposal also includes instructions for potentially impacted sources to demonstrate applicability or lack thereof to the analysis requirements. Additionally, the analysis may omit equipment that is subject to any of the other categorical rules, as Amanda mentioned earlier. Thank you very much for your time, and with that, I'll pass it back to Amanda.
I wanted to just briefly highlight our stakeholder engagement to date on this effort. So as you know, we have been conducting extensive stakeholder outreach on this new complex law since the summer of 2023, including a dedicated website area where we've posted all the various facets of the upcoming actions for this to implement this law. For this effort specifically, we have held 2 public meetings focused on the division's early regulatory concepts that we were released in October under the new procedural rules, as well as held numerous stakeholder discussions with interested community groups, local public health agencies, and potentially impacted facilities, as well as conducted site visits to learn more about some of the unique processes, because this is a very wide range of sources covered by this proposal. We did receive 11 comments on our regulatory concepts. And I just wanted to touch on some of that feedback here, highlight some of the main categories and a few areas where we did make some adjustments. A lot of the feedback was focused on the applicability criteria and exemptions, specifically for those smaller processes and activities, where the division did make several adjustments since its early concepts proposal. There are varied opinions on this from the various stakeholders on whether the emissions thresholds or the cancer risk threshold should be higher or lower than what the division proposed, as well as we answered a lot of questions around which specific geographic areas might be prioritized for this program. So that was a lot of the comments and feedback were in that area. But as this rule does touch a lot of different sources, we did get some specific feedback from multiple stakeholders across nearly all of the categories, as I've listed here. We remain committed to working through the questions and feedback on our proposal with interested parties, and continue to work through edits to our underlying data analysis and supporting information as we work through the hearing process. In conclusion, the division requests that the commission set a rulemaking hearing in April 2026 to amend regulation numbers 24, 26, and 30 to adopt the proposed requirements for these 5 priority toxic air contaminants. Thank you for your time today, commissioners.
Thank you, Ms. Weber and Ms. Brubaker. Questions from commissioners? Commissioner Milford.
Hi, good morning. Thank you for the presentation and thank you for all your work. This is a enormously complex rulemaking with all these different sources and source categories involved. I wasn't able to attend the public comment session live last night, but I did have an opportunity this morning, thanks to the YouTube video, to listen to the public comments. And there were several commenters who raised concerns about engagement of the Northeast Denver, Commerce City, Adams County community. And specifically, I think folks were concerned about hydrogen sulfide and benzene from Suncor and not feeling included in the process of the refinery report that is cited as one of the rationales for not doing more to address emissions from Suncor at this point. So I wondered if you could talk a little bit about community engagement specifically with those communities and what the opportunities will be going forward for them to be involved. And then I have some other questions as well, but I'll let you answer that one first. Thank you.
I'm going to turn it over to my colleague Jessica on the specific for the refinery report. But before we do that, I just wanted to highlight that we have met with local public health agencies and the community groups on this proposal. We also met with the Air Quality Council group separately, meeting to go over each of these requirements, recognizing kind of the complexity on this prior to the formal proposal being released. But I'll turn it over to Jessica to talk about the timing and outreach of that specific report.
Good morning, all. Jessica Furco. I am the manager of the Planning and Policy Program here at the Air Pollution Control Division. And appreciate this question, and I'll keep my answer kind of focused on the refinery report. For context, House Bill 24-1338 required the division to contract a refinery expert to review various data sets such as emissions data and monitoring data, as well as regulatory frameworks in other states and other data sets such as existing consent decrees, control and technology clearinghouses, and permits from other refineries to identify potential opportunities to minimize emissions from refinery operations in Colorado, specifically looking at a 2026 time horizon for consideration of any future action. I want to start by saying we kind of have a different perspective regarding community engagement in the refinery report process. As we agree, it's important to have engagement from different community groups as we continue to move forward with this effort. I'll note in particular that community groups were involved in the drafting of House Bill 24-1338, as well as the selection of our contractor. Both of these processes allowed for influencing the body of work to be completed by the refinery expert. As Amanda noted, we have also been engaging with folks throughout this particular rulemaking process. In particular, following the selection of the contractor, we offered ourselves up to answer any questions on timing and process to different community groups. And in advance of releasing our concept document, we did some outreach, kind of noting the tension between the timing of this report that will be coming out again in 2026, as well as this rulemaking, and specifically asking for any feedback on that, which did lead to some of the inclusion of the proposed leak detection and reporting requirements that you see in the proposal today. I'll have to note we are a little surprised about the concerns we heard last night, as they weren't raised in any of the conversations we've had with groups throughout this process. And we just do want to note that our offer that we made nearly a year ago does still stand. And we are happy to provide additional information and answer any questions on this report. And I will emphasize that following the release of this report, again, looking at that spring 2026 time horizon, there will be ample opportunity for further engagement and any actions that would be taken as a result of the recommendations included in this report.
So thank you for that additional information. I think I speak for all of the commissioners, or I hope I do, that community engagement is really, really critical, and appreciate your efforts so far, but I hope you will continue to be really move forward with those efforts. If I can go ahead with another question, I wanted to ask. I wanted to ask about benzene. I think that part of the challenge with this rulemaking is that the things that are excluded are important, as well as the things that are included. And I noted that I think we all noted that many of the sources that met your emissions threshold in the benzene category were the oil and gas sources that were then exempted from the rulemaking on the basis of other potential, or not potential, but other rules that are expected to reduce emissions. But I wanted to ask if you could elaborate on how you determined that benzene specifically would be reduced by those other rules when they are actually designed to focus on methane in most cases, and sometimes VOCs and hydrocarbons as well, but primarily methane. So could you speak to that? Was that question not clear? I'm not hearing a response. Sorry.
I was coming from the back of the room, sorry, Commissioner Milford. This is Leah Marlin in the Planning and Policy Program. So how we are looking at the upstream, midstream oil and gas requirements that are currently being implemented or in process of being implemented, depending on the timing of the rule, is that while those rules are focused on reducing VOCs or methane, again, depending on the rule, that those reductions occur through reducing emissions for the gas stream, of which benzene is a component. And we did provide some analysis of some of the more recent rules, which I'm sure you all saw in their exhibit, as to where we're estimating those benzene reductions from the estimated methane reductions or from the estimated VOC reductions, because the benzene was not a focus of those rules at the time, but because the gas stream is being reduced, so therefore it's the benzene. And that was our approach in looking at the regulations that are currently on the books, as well as the Amanda mentioned, prioritizing the efforts for this first round of emission control strategies related to PTAC.
So, Leah, just can I follow up? Will there be opportunity down the road to reassess and ensure that those reductions are occurring specifically with respect to benzene as you anticipate?
We definitely do anticipate looking more closely at benzene as some of the more comprehensive emission reports come in, and we noted that that is something that well, those reports will be coming in comprehensively in 2027, and some of the requirements that you all adopted go out into 2030. And so we think it is definitely worth looking at more closely as those rules roll out and those reports come in. Yes.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Other commissioner questions? Commissioner Miller, we'll work down the line here.
I really appreciated the maps that you provide. Let's see. Okay, sorry. I really appreciated the maps you provided showing the sources and which ones you were focusing on. I didn't see one for H2S, and you mentioned on slide 31 that you had 2 existing sources of H2S that related to asphalt manufacturing, and I wondered if you could provide more detail on what those sources are.
Yes, absolutely. The 2 sources of asphalt processing are both Owens Corning facilities. They're located in the Commerce City, North Denver area. They're pretty close to one another, so that's where those 2 are located. And then the other hydrogen sulfide source is Flat River Biogas, which is located in LaSalle.
Thank you. I might point out that those 2 sources were significant odor sources in 2 research projects I did previously. If you haven't seen those results, that might be of interest to you, but we did not measure H2S, we measured toxics. So that's very interesting. I also asked about actually seeing the refinery report that you contracted, I understand. I asked Jeremy that and he said we weren't going to see it until spring. And I'm a little concerned that if we see the report in spring and then we're also supposed to do the rulemaking in spring, I don't know if I'm going to have enough time to organize my thoughts after seeing that report. Could you comment?
Yes, and I'll turn it over to Jessica here for the answer to that one on the timing, but that was one of the reasons we have proposed this requirement that is separate from the outcome and next steps of that refinery report, because they are on parallel schedules. So this proposal before you is independent of the findings of that report.
Oh, great.
I can speak on that a little bit further. Again, this is Jessica Furco, Planning and Policy Program Manager. The report supports a future rulemaking a potential future rulemaking after it is available in spring of 2026. So as Amanda noted, it is a separate effort. A 2026 potential rulemaking is specifically contemplated in 24-1338 as well.
Great, thanks. Can you tell us who the consultant was that you hired to do that report?
Yes, they are still actively working on it. We engaged with the Eastern Research Group, ERG, as they're also known.
Thanks.
That it?
Yes, so far. Thanks.
Perfect. Commissioner Sewell.
Yeah, I have a question on slide 17. on the leak detection for the lower VOC detection limits. And I was curious why for pumps, I guess I was looking for the basis for lowering it to 2,000 ppm V and not some other number, like a lower number.
Thank you. I think my colleague Jessica is going to take this one.
Absolutely. So when we were looking at what levels we think were appropriate for proposal, we looked at different federal consent decrees as well as leak detection rates used for different components and for refining operations in different states. What we saw for pumps is that 2,000 was from what we reviewed, the lowest. That way it was technically feasible or appropriate for pumps, which is different than the other components where we saw lower detection rates as 500. So to kind of align with that is we proposed the 2,500 levels.
A follow-up question, I guess. Is there any consideration for the pump seals? I guess that's what we're talking about here, but in what service those pumps are in, like a light liquid or a heavy liquid?
That is a level of detail I'd have to get back to you with. I don't have that information off the top of my head.
Okay, thanks. Other commissioner questions? I have just okay, go ahead, Commissioner Thomas.
Yeah, really quickly, slide 33. So wastewater treatment is only addressed through a reporting requirement in 2028, correct?
That is correct.
And so are any of the air toxics monitoring sites measuring H2S?
Not under the network that was part of this 22-1244 effort.
Okay.
Stationary air toxics program.
And so, and the who is affected at 10 MGD or 5 MGD? And that, it seemed like you say what, you identified a major or a minor source reporting gap. Is everybody gonna have to report? Is all WWTPs gonna have to report at those thresholds in 2028?
Let me get you the exhibit number, but we did identify, I believe it was 26 wastewater treatment plants that we think might meet this criteria. So it's not all of them.
Okay, all right.
And I can get you that exhibit number in just a second. And this activity level for the reporting for the 5 and 10 million gallons of activity is separate from the emission threshold level for the sources picked up by the control.
Okay.
So the 10,000 pounds were just for the proposed categorical rules.
Okay. All right. And then last question, slide 31. 2 existing sources are affected. Do either one of them currently have RTOs?
No, they do not.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you.
Any other commissioner questions?
Sorry, can I correct that? I think actually one of the 2 does, I'm sorry, and one of the 2 does have an RTO and they're working on an expansion. The second one does not.
Okay, thank you.
I had just a couple of hopefully quick questions. Slides 11 and 12. On slide 11, you talk about the thresholds, the 4,000 pounds, 10,000 pounds, depending on pollutant. So my understanding is any sort of statewide over those thresholds would be subject. And then slide 12, you talk about the location applicability criteria. So I just want to be clear that's an or. So does that say then that any source of formaldehyde or benzene within those circles, regardless of emission rate, would be subject to the rule? Is that how that is?
The or criteria here is the or of either in a disproportionately impacted community or within that 1 mile cancer risk boundary. That location-based criteria is one of the criteria, but the emission threshold would also have to be met.
So it's an and then.
It's an and with the emission threshold and or with just these 2.
Okay, okay, perfect, thank you. And then secondly, I was curious on your very last, or toward the end, your facility-specific analyses. you're saying for, say again, you're a source of any of those pollutants over those thresholds, but you're not controlled as part of this rule, you're going to be asking them to do, or you guys will be asking them to do some type of control analysis for their system that might then be a future regulation. Is that the idea?
That's correct. It's similar to the RACT analysis we've had sources do for that program.
Okay, good, thank you. Oh, we got more. Commissioner Sutsky and then Commissioner Milford again.
Oops. Well, thank you. On your slide 32, when you're talking about digesters and H2S, is from what I'm seeing here, this is really just, I say just, this is for recording and reporting and recording and implementing best management practices, et cetera. But I'm wondering if in the course of your outreach, you have included livestock associations, which this would impact. They're not really used to regulations for air. And I just wanted to make sure that they're included in this because I think they would have some interest.
The division has reached out and included the sources, the sources contacts that it has in this division and its outreach on this rule effort. We haven't had much engagement to date.
I was wondering. Well, keep trying, please. I think they need to know about this.
Commissioner Milford.
So thanks. I had a follow-up on slide 33, follow-up to the other questions. So wastewater treatment facilities here are municipal or industrial or both?
We've included both, and the split outs are listed in exhibit number 14 by category that we think are above the thresholds.
So I guess the follow-up to that question is whether you considered if perhaps lower MGD treatment thresholds for reporting might be appropriate for some industrial categories where the sulfur content of the wastewater is expected to be higher than it is in the municipal sector. Did you look into that?
We did not look into that. These threshold activities are coming from the California's air toxics and criteria pollutant reporting rule that was finalized recently. So that's what the basis of these two activity levels.
Okay, so just I guess a suggestion to maybe look into specifics for more specific categories and just make sure these are appropriate. Thank you.
Any other commissioner questions?
One more, Curtis.
Okay, go ahead, Commissioner Thomas.
So I'm just trying to think procedurally. So this rulemaking is scheduled for April 2026. And that's the statutory date that was in House Bill 1244. Does this whole package of Reg 30 then get approved by the legislature at some point? Or is it just up to us? And okay.
Yeah, this is just a traditional commission, just a traditional commission making action.
Okay, all right. That's helpful, thank you.
Any other questions? If not, I would be willing to entertain a motion if someone were willing to look at the screen and make a motion.
Commissioner.
Yes.
Commissioner Reader, sorry, I think under the new procedural rules, first we talk about the scope of the notice before we would go to a full motion. I just wasn't sure it's new. We're all learning. Jeremy, do you want to talk about what came in on that? This one's not working.
Do you want to try mine? It may still not be working.
Commissioners, I did want to flag for you all. I sent an email just a few minutes ago as well, but to flag for you that a written comment came in from the city of Greeley around the scope of notice, asking you to carve out wastewater treatment plants.
Reporting.
The reporting requirements for them.
For Greeley specifically or for all wastewater?
for all wastewater.
Carve out, meaning they don't they don't have to do it?
Correct. So it wouldn't be part of what you're considering in this rulemaking. Yep.
It's not that, there's a difference between whether you would order them to do it and whether it's even on the table. So by keeping it in the notice, you're not deciding that you would include it, you're deciding that you have the ability to consider it as part of the rulemaking. I just want to make that clear, like, about what scope of the notice is designed to do.
Okay, so I'm gonna call an audible and suggest we take a 10-minute break. Not even hasn't showed up for me yet, so I don't know about others, but give commissioners a chance to round up and also we can talk a little bit. So let's take a 10-minute break until 10:45. Thanks.
I got it.
Okay, we'll call us back into session. So after talking at the break, I've learned that the scope of proposal from the memorandum of notice on slide 9 that was presented to us has actually been edited slightly. We have some revisions to that, so I'm going to ask staff to put that new scope of notice on the screen. We can discuss it from there. So the purpose of this part, give everyone a chance to read that, and then we can have a discussion about whether we like that scope, or whether we want to make any changes to that scope in light of the comments from the city of Greeley. So everyone take a couple of minutes and read what's on the screen. Okay, so folks have had a chance to read that. I would welcome feedback from my colleagues on the commission about that scope and about the City of Greeley letter, as well as any other input that we received on scope, which I think City of Greeley was the only one. And what is your pleasure in terms of, at least your personal opinion on what we should do moving forward with that information? Commissioner Milford.
I'm happy to support, I'm happy to start. I support the scope of notice as presented just now. I think it's a appropriate scope given the plans for this rulemaking, and I would not support any move to exclude the reporting for wastewater treatment facilities. I think that's an important information gap that needs to be addressed. If the division at some point during the rulemaking process decided to drop that provision, there's nothing that would preclude them from doing that, as far as I know. So I think we should go forward with the scope as presented.
Thank you, Commissioner Milford. Thoughts from any others? Commissioner Miller.
I just want to, okay, oh, yes. I just want to say that I also agree with the comments that Commissioner Milford just stated. I appreciate this draft. It's more detailed, and I also do not support removing the wastewater treatment plant items.
Thank you. Other commissioners?
Just one.
Slutsky, go ahead.
I too will support this. I just to note, this list kind of lists 6 PTACs. So I'm not sure that's was intended, but of course it has chromium compounds sort of twice. And there's only 5 PTACs. So I think just by removing the hexavalent part, that this would be better, make more sense.
Commissioner Milford.
Yeah, just to respond to that, I think that the PTAC is hexavalent chromium, and the comma placement is a little confusing, but it's the subset of chromium compounds that it's hexavalent chromium as one of the chromium compounds is the way that I read that. So I think it's consistent with our list of 5.
I agree. Milford. Said, but confusion, but it's, yeah. It's okay. Other commissioner thoughts in terms of scope? Mr. Rudolph, you have any thoughts?
I would agree with this. You can't talk about it if it's not in the scope. So and I would agree that the scope, the hearing, during the hearing, things can be limited anyway. And so I think this actually is a pretty broad scope, in my view, that would allow the commission and the division and the parties who will be participating to raise a number of issues regarding these 5 PTACs. So I'm in support of this.
Any other comments? Okay. If not, I would be willing to entertain a motion. It sounds like we have general consensus, or at least no one speaking to change that scope. My thoughts do this in one motion, requesting that we set a rulemaking hearing to amend that and incorporating the scope shown, the draft scope of notice shown on the screen. So if someone were willing to make that motion.
I will make that motion.
Perfect. Second, anyone?
Second.
I have a second from Commissioner Sewell. Okay. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? It passes 8-0. We are set for notice. Thank you. And next on our agenda is a briefing on the greenhouse gas emission inventory. So I don't know, Mr. Clark or someone on your team. I don't know. I'll try. Matt Twyman's doing it. There's Matt in the back. Mr. Twyman. I haven't pulled up my slide deck yet. Clay was sitting in the front row and looked like he just wanted.
We're doppelgangers today, aren't we? Okay, thank you. Okay, make sure this is on. Oh, first time.
Go ahead when you're ready.
Okay, good thing. Commissioners, this is my first time to be up here solo, so very excited. And I think this time I remembered my coat, so I'm not disgracing y'all. Good to see everyone here today. Just real quick, before I begin anything, I'd like to just quickly acknowledge, tragic passing of Senator Faith Winter on Thanksgiving Day. She was a champion of basically every major piece of climate and environmental justice legislation that we have today. And collectively, a lot of those actions are what set the course for bringing me and climate team here in front of you today and in general. So, okay, so what are we going to do today? We are going to discuss the inventory that we've compiled and discuss progress toward several different targets that we have, both for statewide and different sectors. The presentation will highlight both the methods that we've used to carry out the inventory, its initial findings, and a related report that we're going to be presenting to the legislature by the end of the year. If I can do 2 hands at once here. So here's, did that go forward? There we go. Thank you. All right, so here's today's agenda. I hope everyone likes graphs. There will be several, but we've tried to make them as pleasant as possible for you. So first, we're going to go over directives for why we're here today. We're going to speak about statutory directives of our work generally and various efforts that we track because of them. We're going to brief you on high-level overview of greenhouse gas accounting for those that may be less familiar with it, and efforts that Colorado has undertaken on that front for mitigating. Then we'll drill into specifics of the inventory, basically how and why we did what we did, how and why our work this round differs from previous efforts, which it always will every time we do it, what goes into forecasting the future, including what we can and cannot bake into our models, what our work and that imperfect crystal ball of a model that we have says about past and future, and how things are seen differently now. Okay, starting out. Why are we here today? Let's start with basically statute. So House Bill 19-1261, basically concerning the reduction of greenhouse gas pollution, and as amended by House Bill 21-1266, or the EJ Act, set in statute a directive for the division at the direction of the commission to report to the General Assembly every odd numbered year. And that's what we're here to do. So what we do in that report to the General Assembly is report on progress towards the goals that were set forth in 25-7-102 2G. Those are the statewide goals, as well as progress towards two sector-specific goals, and that pertains to the oil and gas sector and the industrial manufacturing sector. Within that report, we're also to include any newly available final cost benefit or regulatory analyses, basically those that have occurred in the previous 2-year cycle. And then any recommendations, be they regulatory or for the legislature, considering policies to continue the work, which is definitely ongoing for reducing greenhouse gas pollution. I feel like I skipped this slide here, but that's okay. Yeah, here we go. Okay, so also we have the greenhouse gas resolution, which y'all brought up earlier today, that was adopted last year. And in there, there was continued effort from the 2021 resolution to have us come before you and offer similar updates with the intent to course correct as needed as you guys are able to. All right, so speaking to legislative background, there's a very rich history here, so I'm not going to take too much time. I do love talking about this stuff. But a lot of things really got started in Colorado, to my understanding. Please correct me if anyone feels to be otherwise, but under governorship from Governor Bill Ritter and John Hickenlooper, 2008, and then following 2017 and so. And they issued a few executive orders that were then later served as models for statutes that were passed around 2019 and onwards. So the gist of their work was trying to set targets for statewide, trying to set targets for bending the curve on transportation, requiring mandatory reporting so that we could collect data from large emitters, and then establishing inventory reports so that we can provide an update on how we're doing with everything. So I'll skip over some of it, but track. They also had aspirations for setting electric utility reductions. Initially, that was a 20% reduction from 2005 by 2020, and now things have advanced further clearly. It's advancing on its own. I apologize. I probably should have someone here clicking buttons for me. Yes, and then John Hickenlooper, of course, in 2018, issued a response to the first Trump administration with their efforts to roll back GHG and fuel efficiency standards, which we're again seeing today. And then finally, Governor Polis in 2019 developed a ZEV rule, and then there were a LEV rule prior to that. So where are we at? 5, 6, okay. So those were all codified in those 3 bills that we had. Then came along the EJ Act, which really was a masterpiece of legislation that set for the first time sector-specific targets outside of electric utilities. And those are the 2 that we specifically have to report on to you all and to the General Assembly in this report. It also advanced electric utilities. It set voluntary reduction efforts by 2025. And then importantly, it created triggers for if either of the industrial manufacturing or the oil and gas sectors were to be shown that they are expected to be off track, it would trigger rulemakings to try to course correct it as possible. And finally, we have 3 additional significant bills that issued clean heat plan targets. Recently, that was revised to set the first ever 2035 sector target recently by the PUC. And we had building performance standards, as well as Senate Bill 2316 set what I like to say are quinquennial targets. So in the spirit of sesquicentennial that's coming up for the state, every 5 years, there is a statewide target that we are trying to hit. And importantly, it advanced the 2050 target from a 90% reduction to a net zero reduction. Okay, done with that history, now into inventory history a little bit. So there's actually quite a rich history of inventories that have been done. It's only recently in the past 3 rounds of inventories that have been published that they were directed by statute to be compiled. Previous to that, the department took on efforts on its own, I think in response to a lot of international events that were occurring, some executive orders that we're trying to be adhered to. And broadly speaking, what we've seen is broadening of scope over time, as well as a continued advancement in refining how we compile those inventories, how we estimate emissions, and yeah, just a greater depth to the work that's being done. Okay, so another thing that is like to talk about. So what goes into compiling greenhouse gas inventory? This is not unique to greenhouse gases, but you know, we have international standards under the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change that we and EPA try to adhere to as best as possible. Sometimes just due to data requirements, data sets that are limited, we have to deviate from that, but we try our best to align with that generally. And what that means is we're really tracking 5 major sectors across the entire state. So those are pertaining to energy, which is fuel combustion, but also process emissions related to natural gas and oil systems. There's industrial processes, so you can think of the chemical reactions that happen that aren't related to combustion, but are usually associated with them. So a good example is cement. There's about twice as much or equal parts combustion and process emissions that come off of that. Of course, agriculture, then land use change, and forestry. Together, those are often referred to as a FALU, or natural and working lands. And then finally, the waste sector, which of course comprises landfills, wastewater treatment, and other smaller sources like composting and anaerobic digestion. So what we're always trying to do is to balance out a continual improvement. So every year we look at this, we're trying to see how we can do better, find more sources that maybe previously weren't possible to estimate, refine our methods if we just realize that, you know, there's we can get more accurate data or estimates out of it. And we're trying to balance several competing things. So we want the inventory always to be as complete as possible, as accurate as possible, of course. Precision is a hard one. Uncertainty is a thing we strive for being able to present eventually. But for the time being, we present deterministic or discrete values for everything. We also want things to be consistent across an entire time series. So we need to be able to compare apples to apples, right? We can't say we did it one way and now we're doing it totally different across the same time series. And then ideally, we want things to be as comparable as possible across inventories. And we're always striving for improving transparency. And we're really proud of the work that we've done so far in that. So what happens is very often we can make improvements on one, and that might require us to compromise a little bit on something else. So we want them all to increase over time, but that's not always possible. This is a big slide I'm not going to spend a lot of time on, but this is just a listing of, you can see kind of how we've evolved in our use of data sets and methodologies over the past 3 inventories. Generally, what we see is that we're striving to use ever more facility reported data and move away from kind of these EPA standardized tools that disaggregate from the national inventory down to state levels. In a sense, we do still rely on that, but in a more advanced way that we understand from the national inventory. Generally right now, I think we're using on the order of 30% of emissions coming from facility reported data and other associated things. 30% is coming from EPA's state inventory tool. That's largely for residential, commercial, and industrial fuel use and transportation. And then the other 30-ish% comes from use of EPA's national inventory that's disaggregated to the state level. And there are important distinctions between that state inventory tool and the national inventory by state. I won't bore you with them, but we've learned in conversations with EPA that the SIT is less desirable to use. It's not as comprehensive, it's not as certain, and the methodologies aren't as rigorous. Okay, so like I said, we are always striving to improve how we do things. I think when I came before you before, I had a laundry list of how we did things differently, and it was a big shift from what had been done in earlier inventories. That work continues, and I can speak to each of these individually in later slides here. But we've seen substantial changes in how we estimate oil and gas, and we know that that is going to continue to evolve. We've taken a lot of steps to engage subject matter experts, the public, try to understand how we can do that. And we've taken an initial significant step in this inventory to deviate from how we previously estimated it. We've also, for the first time, been able to leverage 100% of reported data from landfills, both industrial and municipal. So I know that's a relevant topic. I will give you much more detail of that in a second. Other things like cement and iron and steel have evolved in use of other supplemental data sets to extend the time series backwards. So I think EIA data or USGS mineral data. Wildfires is an interesting one. We had deviated from the EPA previously because we had found what we thought was a superior data set, and then they realized the same thing and are now using that same method. So we're adopting what they did as well, just to keep things simple. Outside of our control, so those are things that we made choices on. Outside of that, where we use the national inventory, we also see significant updates in the way they do things. And some of this occurred in their 2024 release and are similar now in the 2025. Last time we used it, it was their 2023 release. And an important thing that I'd like to stress is, EPA is in a very different position today than it was a year ago or 2 years ago, right? And we were very thankful that EDF was able to submit a FOIA request that secured the latest and greatest inventory report and data set. So that allowed us to estimate emissions through 2023 instead of 2022. So we're striving to be as timely and relevant as possible. And we were happy we were able to utilize their work in this report. So they changed the way that they estimate emissions from use of ozone depleting substance substitutes, ODS subs. So I think refrigerants by and large, and how they estimate land use. Land use saw very, very significant changes. In some cases, things went from being a net sink to a net source or vice versa. And then additionally, there's new categories, we look under the rug and they were able to find a few new sources. Currently, they aren't particularly huge, but what we expect will be a growing source over time is emissions from CO2 transport. So that includes also CO2 injection, geologic sequestration, that kind of thing. And then they broke out a specific category for sulfur hexafluoride and perfluorocarbons that are used in industry uses. Okay, a lot going on there. Okay, so we do continue our methods for how we assemble projections or our future forecasts of emissions. We worked with the Energy Office and several other agencies in 2023 as part of the Greenhouse Gas Pollution Reduction Roadmap. And Energy Office had contracted out with then Rocky Mountain Institute or RMI to use the Energy Policy Simulator. That's an online web-based tool. Anyone can access it and play with it. It's very user-friendly. It's developed by Energy Innovation in collaboration with RMI. And what's nice about it is it's a fancy word here, but system dynamics model. So basically, it's connected in a lot of different ways. So think techno-economic analysis. If you change the price on something here, it's going to impact actions over here. So it's very nice in the sense that it is complex, which for my team means it can be hard to untangle what's going on. But it is a huge advancement from how future forecasts were previously predicted. So just like any model, it's wrong, but it is very useful. And we think it is still, when we look at the landscape of other opportunities out there, outside of, renting a supercomputer, this is still top of the line software for us. The thing that we have to do is every year we have to calibrate our current best estimates to what they think estimates were. So they have a set of data that they try to do, and they're doing this for basically every state in the country and almost every country in the world. So it is a very big model, and we are one piece of that. Turns out, though, we are super users in their eyes. We are one of the more advanced users of their platform, and we're proud of that. So, like I said previously, we were collaborating with RMI, and basically the state provided RMI with policies to model and basic assumptions behind those, and RMI did the heavy lifting. This year, we took over in our unit all of that. So we plan to continue doing that in-house going forward. We do partner with them still because there's questions we still need answered. But by and large now, we expect to be working directly with Energy Innovation when we need to troubleshoot things. And I will say there are things with this update that I can't answer exactly what's going on in that black box, but I'll do my best to, we keep trying to peel away the onion. Okay, I don't think there's too much to say there. Okay, another set of slides, and I'm not going to spend too much time on, but this is a comprehensive list of the policies that are modeled in the simulator. So by and large, this is exactly what was modeled for Roadmap 2.0. We adhered to the same suite of policies and then tried to basically account for how things have changed over the past 2+ years. So did a policy get terminated? Is it affected at the federal level? Is it fully implemented now, or is it the timeline adjusted in some way? Funding changes. So all those kind of things, we're trying to not add too many new things, which thankfully, I don't think there were too many new things. But this is that list. So I won't go through everything, but I can try to speak to these if anyone does want to later here. So what we see is, we model things in agriculture and forestry. We model things pertaining to buildings, electricity, industry, and transportation are the major drivers in the model. So what was not part of the previous inventory and the modeling efforts are impacts at the federal level. So relative to what was done previously, there's been reversal on several key sources or key policies. I think plenty of people are aware, but at a high level, biggest potential drivers are repeal of subsidies and tax incentives. Clearly, the Inflation Reduction Act took major cuts. There's the repeal of the California waiver for setting emission standards. So that's ACC, ACT, low NOx, all that stuff. There's a repeal of solar for all. And reductions in methane emissions from the MERP and the WEC. And the MERP is the Methane Emission Reduction Program and the Waste Emissions Charge. So the Trump administration has delayed implementation of that until 2032. Now, these saw big hits in the model, but they don't necessarily translate to as substantive a hit to Colorado, because Colorado, in a lot of ways, has already insulated itself with our rules and laws. But some of them, particularly the California waiver, that nullified actions that this commission has taken in the past. And then subsidies, those clearly flow through the whole economy and make general implementation harder and slower. So I will speak to those more when we get into future slides here, but that's the high level things that we're monitoring in that. Okay, so things are different. So our picture of emissions this year is different from what we presented previously. So the blue line is the 2023 inventory report that we published and updated in 2024. And it extended through emissions year 2020. So the dotted lines on this line represent projections at that time. The yellow line is our current estimate for the inventory. So you can see across the entire time series, it's a lot lower. And there's many things that go into that. I can say our recalculation of oil and gas is a major driver of that, but there are an ensemble of other things that are both pushing up and pulling down emissions across any given year. One thing I do want to spend a second to touch on is we are changing the way we represent units this year. So I hope that's not too painful for people, but we are committed to using SI units, so metric units, to the extent we possibly can. And so previously you may have seen on slides where we would have MMT for million metric tons of carbon dioxide or carbon dioxide equivalent. And now we're using teragrams. And teragrams is basically a trillion grams or 10 to the 12th. You can also think of that as a billion kilograms or a million tons. So I will use teragrams consistently, but I will also try to remind everyone of million metric tons. But that is our unit of choice because significant sources here tend to be in the million ton range. Commissioner.
Mr. Twyman, Commissioner Milford has a question. I didn't see her hand up.
Please.
Go ahead and jump in, Jenna.
Yeah, thanks. This is a quick question. Which global warming potentials are you using this time around?
Excellent, Commissioner. Thank you. We're using those from the fifth assessment report on a 100-year time horizon.
These are AR5.
AR5, yeah.
Okay,
so we advanced to that in the last inventory, and AR4 is now pretty much not used anywhere. So we're committed to AR5, looking at AR6 at some time in the future. But in terms of the major emission drivers that we see, there's not a significant difference between AR5 and AR6.
Thank you.
Yep, you're welcome. And one more clarification. We do present both in 20-year and 100-year time horizon global warming potentials. Okay. Let's see if there's anything else here. Okay, so maybe I'll go back one real quick. So overall, what we see since 2005, now in 2023, we've realized about a 15.6 or nearly 16% reduction when we exclude land use emissions, land use related emissions. And when we include land use related emissions, it's about a 15% reduction. And I see some eyebrows, so maybe I'll spend a second right now talking about why we do that. So precedent has been set in many previous reports and efforts before our time. When we monitor progress to targets, we're largely trying to monitor what we can control. So the policies that we can do to bend that curve. And land use is hard. It is hard to untangle what is a natural occurrence that, act of God that we have no control over versus things that we have absolute control over. And it's in there somewhere. And we aren't at a place yet where we're able to just say, this is 100% human cause versus what percentage may be others. So that's one reason. There's also very significant uncertainties in land use. But by and large, the push has been to present by our team agnostically, both with and without, so that policymakers can choose their adventure, which if you think land use is important to include, then we want you to be armed with that same information. It's certainly a significant source, and it's very interesting when you look under the hood for land use, because you can have both significant net sinks or removals as well as net emissions. And that is another thing that can confound some of the monitoring of everything. Okay. All right, so how are things different from the 2023 inventory? So I spoke a little bit about, we're continuing to use that energy policy simulator. What's challenging for our team is that is a third-party tool that is not only serving our needs. And by and large, they act, as they see fit, and they update their model when they see fit and use data sets as they see fit. So every time they make an update, that means we're now behind the curve in some way. And if they change fundamentally how the model works, we may need to revisit all of our assumptions for how we model things. And that is difficult. So we are embarking upon that with them to try to find a process to do this in a recurring fashion that isn't terribly painful for us. But what I can say is from the last time we did the inventory, the model is very different now. They've made a lot of updates that I think they will pleasantly argue are major improvements to how things done. But that means even if we didn't change any of our assumptions, we didn't pull any levers differently, we didn't change anything. It gives different results. And in some cases, it is pretty dramatic. So, they are removing, adding and changing policy levers. So the things that you can implement as a policy, they're fixing bugs and errors. And then, of course, we have to calibrate at some year to say, this is what we've estimated for the history. Now we're going to have a handoff year, and then their model is going to take all that stuff and go forward. And so every time we advance our time series, we're trying to advance their handoff year as well. For the first time, now what we're proud of is when we reported last time, the model did not include any assumptions around land use change. So it took our 2020 number and just said, I don't know what's going to be different. So it held it flat, and everyone was like, doesn't feel right, but it's a model, I suppose. It's just a very flat model. So we were able to work with a contractor this time, RTI International, to leverage an EPA land use mitigation report and downscale it to Colorado. And that report provides expected future emissions from land use. So we now have at least a trend to work with. There's no policies that are modeled on top of it currently, but it's not a flat line. We can say something about it. Of course, we've advanced our timeline. We previously estimated through 2020, now through 2023 for historicals. Like I said, we have many methodological updates. There are data updates within data sources that we use, including things that we collect locally from, there could be facility reported corrections that are submitted to us between that time frame. So overall, what we see is that across the time series, statewide emissions are between 7 and 13% lower than what we previously estimated. Okay, another new thing that I think will be a common practice going forward is how we speak to progress. And we've grappled with this for a long time, years, I think. We've been trying to understand how to do this. We're trying to balance two somewhat competing interests here, where our job as a unit is to provide what we think are the most accurate, reasonable, timely estimates of emissions across all years. And best practice from the AQCC says you need to always recalculate the entire time series. Again, you want to be comparing apples to apples, not apples to oranges, right? But that creates a tension when you're trying to set something in the sand to measure progress against. You don't want to just constantly saying, we think it was here and now it's here. And are you on track or are you off track? So the statutes that we have in place basically set the baselines for measuring progress against statewide targets and the 2 sector targets. And those were established in the 2021 inventory report. Now, we take those and we consider those statutory targets, and we're presenting those in these future slides here. And we also have our recalculated inventory baselines and targets, so that, again, trying to remain agnostic here. We're not trying to, from our unit, drive policy. We're trying to not make those decisions for you. We just want to provide you with all the information we can. And so what we see is that they can sometimes be different from each other, sometimes quite different. But that's a new thing that we're going to have going forward, and I'll try to walk you through the impacts of that. Okay, now my favorite part of the slides, we're getting into graphs. Lots and lots of graphs here. Okay, so this is a current snapshot of what we think emissions were in 2023. What we now expect is that transportation was the dominant source of emissions, followed by electric power, fuel use for buildings and industry, and then oil and gas. Agriculture is the next dominant source, and that was true previously, followed by industrial processes. So not industry, but just the chemical reaction process emissions that come out of them, and then followed by waste. And because it's timely, I will definitely spend a little bit more time talking about waste when we get to that slide. But current estimates are close to 120 teragrams or million metric tons. Whereas I think before it was around, in 2020, 135 million, so 17 million tons different from our best guess at the time. And again, a lot of things going into that. This is our general trend that we see. What I'll say is emissions in 2005 were excluding land use. Again, were around 140 teragrams, and including them, they're closer to 150 teragrams. And they've now fallen to, like I said, around 118 teragrams. So that's about a 22 teragram per million metric ton reduction over that time frame, or about almost a 16% drop. Okay, I'm going to extend this graph here later. You will see the same thing, but right now just focus on the historical estimates. There's a lot of line here, so forgive me, but trying to pluck through all the chafe here. The things that stand out are that electric power has always been the dominant source of emissions, and that makes sense. We've had a lot of coal in our past, and that has been changing over time. And we see electric power has made the majority of the most significant contributions to reductions statewide. And that is a very strong trend, and that trend is about to drop off a cliff here. So we see that electric power is now being taken over by transportation. And there's a clear COVID dip in a lot of these that you can see, but transportation took that most significant drop of all sectors, but it quickly rebounded. We see that residential, commercial, and industrial fuel use has remained pretty stable, as has agriculture. We see a rise and fall of oil and gas, and then land use, of course, and agriculture and waste have remained relatively stable. And of course, coal mining took a major nosedive, between 2010 and, but that is largely really because coal mining operations largely ceased in the state. Okay, so now we're getting to speaking about targets and all the projections, so that our future estimates for where things are going for every sector. So looking at statewide, you'll see this graph repeated for every sector. So let me just go over what is on here first. So for every future graph we have on this, the dotted lines are our historical estimates. So those are recalculated best guesses. The light blue line, the solid one going out to the right, is called the business as usual scenario. So when we model projections, that is basically in the absence of policies, what might naturally happen, techno-economically. It might include some funding sources federally and such, but by and large, it definitely does not include state efforts at all, and largely ignores many federal efforts too. The yellow line is what's called the roadmap baseline scenario, not to be confused with the 2005 baseline value. The roadmap baseline scenario was what was developed for the roadmap 2.0, the second greenhouse gas pollution reduction roadmap. And that was trying to model all the things that the state had collectively undertaken by the end of 2023. So those were supposed to be things that were quote unquote on the books, right? They were done. They were not being developed. They were not in proposal. They were done. We've maintained the exact same policies in that scenario. The green line is the near-term action scenario. And that was also part of the second roadmap development. And that included the whole suite of near-term actions that the roadmap suggested that the state pursue over the next 3 years. So extending through next year, basically. So that's regulatory efforts, that's administrative efforts, legislative efforts, the whole suite of things. We maintained all of those policies in that scenario this year. So we didn't move things that are now on the books as of 2025 into the baseline. We wanted to not clutter things up. So that near-term actions includes things that are no longer near-term actions. They are on the books as well, but they were a near-term action. So until we get another roadmap or something, for simplicity, we're going to keep things the same way. Finally, what we have on here are targets. So like I said, there's inventory targets. Those are what we expect given statutory reduction requirements on a percent basis relative to our recalculated baseline. So in that case, it's the 2005 baseline. And we layer on top of that the statutory baseline and target values. Now, it just so happens that this inventory aligns very well in 2005 with the 2021 inventory. And just to clarify, we do update the 21 inventory to use the latest global warming potentials, all that kind of stuff. So they're equivalent on a carbon dioxide equivalent basis, but they're not representing the same methods. We happen to get to the same number, but following different ways of getting there. But so what that means is for, Commissioner, please.
I'm just gonna let you finish the slide. I wanted to clarify the business as usual baseline. So that's kind of a pre-2018 policy scenario or something?
It's still through, think of it just as.
But it's without policies we've enacted since.
It's current in terms of current energy models, currently federal, excluding federal rollbacks in this most recent year. It is a current model of how the economy would function in the absence of any intervention.
Okay, not sure I completely understand that, but okay.
Let me see if I can keep trying. So
we have lots of policy interventions. That's what I'm trying to.
Any more intervention than what we have today?
No.
Ron and I had a long.
Yeah, so okay, this could be a little hard for me. I appreciate the question first. Thank you. It is a little hard to imagine because we aren't living in a vacuum, right? But this tool tries to do that. Right? It tries to say if you layer one policy on, it's acting largely independently. But once you do that, it then has ripple effects across everything else. So think of this as just like trying to turn off all of those policies and see what debate, not based on, but what would be going on if you could magically turn all of that off. So it's a counterfactual, right? We don't actually know, we'll never know that, but that is kind of the best guess of what might be.
Okay, thank you.
Can I pull
Yep, go ahead.
a turn off as of what date?
Through most current date.
No. Beginning. When did you first turn off the policies that you're no longer putting in this? Because the blue line, you're starting at 2005. So are these all policies that were enacted after 2005?
Thank you. Yeah, I see I think I see what you're getting at. So we provide the historicals. That dotted line, that is our estimates of historicals. And so the tool that we use is always starting at kind of the most current year where we hand off. So it is looking as of 2024 and forward, what would be happening in the economy in the absence of policies in that sense.
Policies as of.
Yeah,
we've been
I think it's
enacting.
2023, 24 timeframe.
Okay, so I'm still not following you because we've been enacting. Let's just talk about what this commission has done.
Yeah.
We have been acting, well, the state has done. We've been enacting policies to reduce emissions.
Long time.
Way back. Before even 2005, but so those policies are in effect beginning in 2005, the 2005 policies, the 2006 policies.
Yeah.
So are you saying that the policies that we're no longer, I just don't know when because
I think I'm more clear on
this is what happens when you have the policies. This is when
the
policies. The policies are we not adding to the blue line?
Yeah. We grapple with this as well. I do appreciate where you come from. So that's my understanding. I believe it is turning off anything 2023 and forward.
Okay.
We grappled with this as well because, like I said, they kind of do things in their bubble and we're trying to live in it. And so some of the things that we wrestled with is that they took things that were in our previous baseline scenario that had roadmap policies, and they said, well, those are now enacted. They're in the business as usual. And we said, that's very confusing for us. So we'll see how this continues to evolve as we get further and further away from roadmap modeling. But we did everything in our power to back those out and keep them in the roadmap baseline scenario.
Okay, perfect. That is, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. It took me a little bit to get there. I appreciate you taking the time to make sure we're clear on that.
Hey, Matthew, I have one.
Okay, yeah.
So what about business as unusual?
I do have that in a later.
Is that the next inventory or is that the slide? Okay.
We did our best to include what we could. There's a lot of uncertainty on that front. I do have a slide about it specifically. I wish I had come up with that as the title for it. The next inventory will be much more clear as to things that are going on in this current year. One of the challenges, even for like the California waiver, it's repealed, but it's under litigation. So it might not actually come to pass that it's the same impact as we expect today. But what we try to do is go with what's certain. We know for sure is it's currently repealed and it's not enforced. So that's the general.
I would argue we don't know that for sure.
Well, that's what I mean. It's under litigation, but it is currently not enforceable, I believe, right? So
I would also argue that that is not, yeah.
well, I will read you when we get to remodel.
Yep. Not conceding that, Matt.
We try to be conservative when we model these things, right? We're not wanting to paint an overly optimistic picture that you then look at later and says, wow, that's really far off. And we'd much rather be lower or we'd rather model larger impacts than smaller ones if we can. Okay, anything else on this slide? Okay, so that's statewide. We're now going to get into all the individual sectors. So the first two that we're going to talk about are the ones that are that we have to measure progress against on a statutory basis. And the first one up is natural gas and oil systems, oil and gas. In this report, to align with EPA naming conventions, we refer to oil and gas in the inventory as natural gas and petroleum systems. That's a mouthful, so I'm going to keep saying oil and gas colloquially. So the first thing to note here is that when you look at quote unquote our inventory baseline and targets and our statutory baselines and targets, they are quite different. And what I'll speak to there is that the 2021 inventory leveraged a division tool. And we continue to use that division tool in the last inventory report. And that the division embarked on using that tool because there was a general assumption that EPA estimates were severely underestimating emissions from the sector, and numerous reports and studies have come out indicating as such. We've since evolved in our understanding of exactly how much, and what we've seen currently is if we continue to use that model, we see very large divergence from what we think is reality. That is in recent years, as we've had this advancement of observational data coming online, just increasing overlap in time and space of measurements. So we can say pretty confidently that that model is no longer doing a good job in recent years. It's harder to say what was going on in 2005. And I think broadly, you ask any people about this topic, the consensus is generally we'll never know what 2005 was. There will always be enormous uncertainty around that. So we're kind of throwing a dart at the big target, and we won't know, but we have to make a decision about what we think is the best thing. So with this inventory, we've discovered that we thought the national inventory actually did do a better job of estimating emissions. They have evolved in their ways of estimating emissions over time as well. There's substantial collaboration by EPA with CSU and other Colorado. Colorado is a real leader in shaping oil and gas estimates, both for the state and nationally. So they've come a long way, and we looked at that and we said, we think it's actually doing a much better job now. We think in the past, there's still maybe a little to be desired. So we've largely taken that national inventory by state, and we did scale it up in the past, kind of more and more. And the rationale is that, that division tool was largely trying to say, hey, initially there were no regulations back there, right? It was Wild West. Emissions were probably pretty darn high. And so we try to kind of bridge that gap between what the national inventory thought and what the division historically thought. So they're lower than what was estimated initially in the 21 inventory, and they're lower than what we estimated last inventory, but they're still above what EPA would have us say. So that's why we see this big departure. Fortunately, in both cases, what we expect, because the things that are driving oil and gas mitigation right now is largely the upstream intensity verification rule. And what that does is it set intensity limits. So we know what the intensity limits are going to be for all these operators, and we have an idea of what future production might look like. Who knows, that that might change under this administration greatly, but we can basically say what emissions are expected to be. And that's a milepost that we can just set in the stand and say, that's what emissions are going to be. Yes, there's other supplemental emissions that are going on that are not covered by the intensity rule, but that is the major driver that's pulling things down. And when we do that and measure relative to either of those inventory or statutory baselines, we still see the sector is expected to hit the targets. Okay, the next one that we monitor progress against for statutory basis is the industrial and manufacturing sector. So this includes both fuel use and process emissions. And the major things that are driving, reductions here are the GEM rules. Make sure I don't miss any others on here. But there's also, too many notes here. Oh yeah, so there was and there still is relatively significant funding incentives and opportunities out there. They're much less than they were a year ago, but they still exist and are expected to help. We've also seen a lot of voluntary efforts that are driving reductions. Previously, we had estimated a similar scenario where the near-term actions and roadmap baseline both are expected to greatly exceed the statutory target of a 20% reduction from 2015 levels. So we think even if you consider greater extents of federal rollbacks and impacts, that there's still a significant buffer for that sector to achieve the target. And let's see if I'm missing anything. One thing I'll point out, and you'll see this in future slides here, is that right now, industrial and manufacturing is heavily weighted towards fuel combustion. So it's about an 80-20 split, fuel versus process. And we expect going out in the future that that's going to become more process and less combustion. So maybe tipping towards 60-40 out near 2050 or so. And that's an acknowledgement that some things you can't get around the chemical process. There's just so much you can do until you come up with a completely novel way of doing things like cement and iron and steel and such, or refineries for that matter too.
Commissioner Milford.
Sorry, I'm not doing a good job.
I'm having a hard time seeing it too. So go ahead, Shannon.
Yeah, thank you. Quick question about this slide. What's the difference between RBL and NTA for this sector? And I apologize if you said that and I missed it.
Nope, I did not. And let's see if I can remember. So I think under the roadmap baseline scenario, the RBL, that was heavily weighted by the GEM 1 and 2 rules. Whereas the near-term actions, I think, is more around the financial opportunities, the voluntary efforts, and I feel like I'm missing one here. Yes, there is a bit of a caveat around that, but yes, that's a tough one. All right.
Say it into the mic.
So just to follow up, the NTA may be a little more speculative, at least in the sense that it's voluntary, than in some of the other cases.
Yeah, and forgive me, I think I also just remembered there's HFC phase-out rule that is still in effect, even if AIM is repealed or reduced in effect. And there's CCS. Thank you. I had to jog my memory a little bit here, but we do expect relatively substantial carbon capture and storage efforts. We know of several, maybe around, I want to say 600,000 tons that are going to be starting here in the next couple of years or so. And we think that will grow. We know further out that cement operations are on track to make that possible. Their timeline has shifted a bit, but we did account for that in this update to the model.
And I also heard, they may not have heard online, the midstream rules are part of that different.
It is. So this is a tough one. And it might, I guess here's the time to talk. I think I had a later slide specifically to it, but let me see if I can speak to it now. So midstream is fuel combustion only, right? What we've seen in the model is this is one place we think the model is maybe not so accurate in the way it's behaving. What we see is that, so midstream, if you think of it, that is the large engines to push gas, right? What would govern that action? How much gas is through the pipelines? And what governs how much gas is flowing through the pipelines? Well, it's going to be both in-state and out-of-state demand. And the model, where we scratch our heads a little bit, is the model expects production in oil and gas to remain relatively flat, if not a slight increase. So the same material coming out of the ground, but what it's also seeing is that things like clean energy plans that are driving reductions in demand for natural gas, clean heat plans, all these things, there's other drivers that are saying Colorado needs less gas in the future. But it should be saying there's still demand out there that is probably not going away. And they're going to find customers if they can. And so in our heads, the throughput should be the same. And so the emissions should be relatively driven by that. But that's not what the model is doing. And we're still trying to understand exactly why that is the case and what can be driving it. But long and skinny of it is that the model is showing that fuel combustion related emissions are already below a 20% reduction. And we are not confident that that is a reasonable argument based on all the things I just tried to lay it out to you. We are digging into the model to try to understand, but we couldn't get there in time for this meeting. So midstream is present, but couldn't really be modeled because it's already showing that it's below the target. So this was a topic of debate during the rulemaking. And again, the model, we were kind of questioning what was going on there. So this is we'll need to get back to you, unfortunately, as to what we can say about it. Any other questions? Okay, marching along. I feel like I missed one. It is. Okay, electric power. This one's pretty easy. Clean energy plans are doing their job. We see at least an 80%, more like an 86% reduction relative to 2005. We added a line here, this pink line, magenta line, whatever your IC, are retail-based emissions. So the clean energy plans do not measure, well, they don't only measure in-state generation emissions. They measure emissions due to imports and exports as well. So there can be a statement about exporting dirty and importing clean. That could be a factor, but without trying to, we collect this data from utilities, but we don't have a complete picture, right? Clean energy plans are still being developed. Once they're approved, then they don't actually start reporting on those emissions until 2 calendar years later. So the next calendar year, they start collecting information. The following year, they report it. So we don't have a comprehensive picture of what actually is happening back to 2018-19 timeframe. What this is showing is straight off of their clean energy plans that have been submitted. So to the extent that energy plans are still being submitted or need to be finalized, that might not be well reflected in this pink line. But this is our current snapshot, and we've not been able to refresh this yet as of today. This is still basically 2 years in the past. So caveat there, but we fully expect that the trend is still the same. It's the end result is the same.
I have a question.
Yes, please.
So does this take into consideration what we're all hearing would be a massive increase in energy demand from different sectors like data centers?
I can't speak directly to data centers is not a thing that's in the model that we can say explicitly yes. But to the extent that the model relies on annual energy outlooks from world energy outlooks and annual energy outlooks from EIA, yes, it should. So we do see very strong growth in energy demand over time. But it is more than offset by the advancement of clean energy. You will note that we essentially get to zero around 2040, but it rebounds a little bit beyond 2050. And that's a statement that demand for clean energy is outstripped by supply. Or sorry, I maybe said that the other way. Yeah, supply is outstripped by demand for clean energy. So we'll see how much that fares out, but that's a current kind of blip in the model. The other thing that we've noticed, we did dig into this a little bit, but the model is actually saying that blip is coal. And I think that is not right. But the rationale for that is that the model tries to look at price points. And what we learned is that it's using a price index that's outdated at this point. So coal was cheaper and it's basically not now. So that is a thing that I think will go away when we do an update.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Hand. Okay, transportation, everybody's favorite topic. Transportation is a hard one. And particularly in light of recent federal actions, there are impacts to this sector. However, what we've seen with the updates to the energy policy simulator model is that it's very robust against that. The model is basically saying that consumer demand for clean transportation remains high. And even in the absence of these federal tax credits, that there's an overall economic push that is not going away. So it's the most stubborn of sectors. It's very hard to bend 5.5 million people's choices, but it is bending, and I think it's still a very strong case. So, I mean, things to note are that we now have the highest market share of EVs in the country. We surpassed California for 3 quarters in a row. There's been tremendous continued growth in Colorado. And I think we just don't expect that that's going to see too much of an impact over time. So we'll see how automakers respond and what those price points might be. But right now we think this is a very robust against federal controls.
I'm curious, what have the numbers been the first 3 quarters of this year? I really haven't seen anything. Is it 25% or 30%?
I was going to say 35 was what I have in my head. I think I have this on one of my final slides, Commissioner.
That's I didn't
get to it, but
I thought it might be stretching you out.
Yeah, try to keep all these numbers in check. Yeah, so market share, that's representing the most vehicles are sold in a quarter. California and other states still have far more EVs on the road than we do. But we have relatively smaller populations, so that makes sense. Okay, so we're coming back to residential, commercial, and industrial, or RCI.
Excuse me.
You got me.
Go ahead, Jenna.
Thank you.
I had a question about the transportation slide, if you could go back. Thanks. So you said that you thought the model was robust to inclusion or exclusion of tax incentives, but the administration now is talking about rolling back fuel economy standards.
Yes.
Where does that leave us? Is that incorporated in the business as usual, or
I don't believe that is. I might need to research that for you, Commissioner Milford. I don't know. I don't have as clear of a crystal ball on this one for what that might do.
Okay.
I think that if I had to go out on a bit of a limb here, I think the model is still saying demand for fuel efficient vehicles is strong.
Okay,
but
thanks.
How that might evolve based on supply and marketing and such. Generally, we also definitely see a trend for bigger, higher horsepower vehicles broadly. But that might not be as big of a driver as you might think. I think is maybe what the model is saying.
Okay, something to watch.
Yep, exactly. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, marking on here. So this is buildings and industry fuel use. I think the thing to take away here is that population represent and residential commercial development has grown over time. We're not shrinking in our housing. We're not shrinking in our business footprint, and we're not shrinking in industrial production. And yes, there's been fluctuations, but you haven't seen a steady growth in any of this fuel use. And what that means is that there's decoupling. Overall, RCI is less intensive, less emissions intensive over time. And of course, with all the near-term actions and the other policies that have been in place, we see very strong decoupling over time with that. So we don't think any of those indicators, population and production, are going to decrease with time. So that just kind of compounds the impressiveness of what we're seeing with all of this. The statement here would be, yes, there's more buildings, but they are generally greener. Yes, there is more industrial activity, but it is still greener. And that could be a factor of efficiency efforts that are undertaken, just process switching, all sorts of things. A hand? Okay.
So one quick question on that. When I go back to the industrial and manufacturing slide a few back, that's like 16 teragrams. Is that a subset of this sector, or are those separate?
Other way around. RCI, the industrial fuel use component of RCI, is built into industrial and manufacturing. The other components of industrial manufacturing are the process.
Okay.
Which, yeah, we'll get there. I know.
Okay. Thanks.
Data. A lot of data. Okay, so just real quick, we're going to stick with RCI for a second and just try to untangle the three components. So residential, commercial, and industrial. So what we see is that historically, residential emissions are about double commercial, and then industrial emissions are about residential plus commercial combined. So you kind of have this pancaking layering effect overall. The thing to note, though, is that they all see substantial declines over time. Industrial fuel use sees the largest in magnitude, and it does see the steepest efforts. And I think that's speaking a lot to both regulatory and funding opportunities that industry is expected to uptake. Buildings, of course, are largely driven by clean heat planning. And again, the PUC recently adopted a 41% reduction target for gas utilities by 2035. And that established the very first sector-specific 2035 target. We'll see if that evolves at all, but for now, that is the case. We modeled that. So similar to what was done before for residential and commercial, we think those targets are ambitious. And there are factors that could undermine the ability to actually meet them with cost capping by the utilities. So what we modeled is progress towards them, but not actually meeting those targets. I think on the order of 90% achievement of 2025, 30, and 35 targets, something like that. Okay, I guess we'll get one here on my side. Maybe I'm going to go forward one. I should have put this in reverse order, and then I'll come back. So, okay, so here's the other part to industrial manufacturing. These are the process-related emissions. A major, maybe half the emissions, I think, or something on that order, are ODS substitutes. And that is not just, so in industry, a large consumer is electronics manufacturing. They use fluorinated gases. In reality, that's not the major driver of emissions. And they've done incredible work to switch to lower global warming potential gases and generally destroying those to a much higher efficiency. The other use of F gases is refrigeration, and other cooling applications and such like that. That is a major driver. Now, in other inventories, maybe at the national level and such, things that we're striving to do is to be able to break out refrigeration specifically into transportation, buildings, all these other kind of things. To the extent that there might be overlap in some of that, but I will say hesitantly that I think this is limited to industrial F gases largely. But the other things are CO2. So again, when you make cement, CO2 is a byproduct. You cannot get around that chemical process. Same with a lot of iron and steel and refinery operations. You just can't change the chemical process and you get those substantial emissions. But the things that are driving this are the HFC phase out rule, again, carbon capture and storage. And let's see if I have the other one on the list here. General side effects from electrification and energy efficiency improvements. So that is maybe energy related efforts, but there are side effects to processes that are selected. Comments here. Okay, I'm going to go back one slide and speak about coal mining. Coal mining for us is a relatively simple one. Fortunately, it still exists, but on a much smaller scale than previously. So most all of the decarbonization efforts have been simply because there's less coal mining in the state now. There are still mitigation opportunities. I think on the few 100,000 metric ton CO2 equivalent level that come from methane capture and destruction at so coal mine seeps and at underground mines. So we do not, I think we maybe have some of that in the model, but we think there could be more in the future. Okay, I promise we're getting close here. Okay, waste. I will spend a little bit more time on this one. So this is a sector where we saw major refinements in how it's estimated, particularly for both industrial and municipal landfills. Because of the recent updates to Regulation 22 last year, we for the first time have a very comprehensive picture of historical emissions across pretty much all the substantive landfills in the state. And we were able to leverage that information for the first time to get a full time series that is using actual reported data from the landfills. I can speak to some assumptions we do have to make, but I think they're very reasonable in what we do to gap fill and extend the time series some. But the thing that I'll highlight is the previous inventory relied on the national inventory by state, so EPA's estimates. And what we saw was it started out around 5 million tons and then took a nosedive in maybe 2015 timeframe or so, and then kind of became what we see today, but then went in a lower direction. So if you lay these on top of each other, they're basically like this, that we see very different trends now than we did before. And when we think about it, that makes a lot of sense. Because what could be driving massive reductions in landfills and wastewater and such way back then? Nothing. There's really nothing that could have been doing it. And what we discovered is it's really an artifact of using what's called the first order decay model for early years and trying to pair that up with circa 2011 forward facility reported data for the large landfills. And so they kind of married these two that were just artificially showing a very steep decline. Now we see what we think is a much more reasonable estimate that emissions grow over time. Population, there's more and more stuff going into landfills over time. But we do see that it is lower and a less steep growth curve because of interventions at landfills, because of implementation of gas collection control systems. 2020, we think, is possibly COVID. Maybe not all of that is COVID, but some of it is COVID. But we also see kind of around that time frame, a lot of landfills started to use GCCS to a higher degree. So going from no GCCS to some GCCS is a major mitigation effort. Now, relevant to the landfill rule under discussion earlier, we modeled what was baked into the EIA for the landfill rule. I think it's EIA, but the reductions that were expected at that time. We did not try to reassess what reductions could be in light of this new information of higher actual estimated emissions. But I'll try to put that in context for you a little bit. So in 2023, so our most recent historical estimate, what we think now compared to our previous estimates is that there's about 30,000 tons more of methane emitted. That comes out to about 75,000 metric tons CO2 equivalent. Additionally, if we think in terms of how much potential methane there would have been to collect, ignoring what is techno or economically feasible, just total methane that is being vented and unregulated or uncontrolled, there's about 700,000 metric tons CO2 equivalent that is being vented currently across all the landfills. So to the extent that changes things, I think what we would see is because of the landfill rule, there will be more reductions than we've currently modeled, simply because we think more is actually potentially being collected than what was previously estimated. Any questions on that one? Happy to see all of y'all's eyes are still open. Okay, very close. Agriculture. Agriculture is very hard to change. It is steady. It sees some modest increases over time, but by and large, cropland is cropland. It is seeing some changes. I think we see some less or fewer acreage of cropland over time, but by and large, demand for things that influence this are really livestock. So enteric fermentation from ruminants, mostly cattle or beef, and then application of fertilizer. Those two things are not expected to really see major reductions. There are no policies over those. So agriculture on its own right is going to be just a steadily increasing share of statewide emissions as everything else starts to decarbonize. Okay, land use change, and forestry. So these are the two sides to the natural and working lands, or that FALU sector I kind of pointed out at the very beginning. So this is what, so the previous slide, the projections here and the projections for land use change, and forestry, these are now utilizing work that was done with RTI International. We contracted with them to take that EPA land use mitigation report that estimated both emissions and mitigation potential across the country. They downscaled that report to the state level and gave us our state level projections for the first time in the sector. So this is where I was saying previously we had a 2020 estimate and it just remained flat. Now we're saying we think it is expected to grow over time. And there's a lot of things contributing to that. But let's see if I can keep it done. Generally forests are at risk. I can speak a little bit to some things that may evolve in our understanding over time as well. Recently, I think last year, Colorado State University came out with a report where they compiled the first ever comprehensive statewide carbon inventory of forests. It's a wonderful report. Basically what it shows is that when they look at their best guess of how carbon stock has changed, so these carbon stock changes equates to emissions. Trees die, they senesce, there's disturbances, pestilence, all these kind of things. Carbon is released either naturally or through disturbances or harvesting or whatever. Their estimate is around 3-ish million tons, let's say around 2019 timeframe. And our estimate was more like 9 million tons. We utilize the national inventory by state to estimate all of natural working lands. And so we acknowledge there's a discrepancy, but I will also caveat that they are not necessarily comparable reports. The methods they used are superior in the sense that they use FAI data, FIA, I can't pull it out of my head right now, but there's plots all across the state representing all the different forest types. And they monitor 1/10 of the state every year over 10 years. And then they say, across those 10 years, what was the whole picture across the whole state? So you're not actually modeling in a given year what emissions occurred. You're trying to say over a 10-year measurement period of 1/10 each, kind of what happened. Whereas the national inventory is trying to take more of an annual approach. So as CSU continues to develop these statewide forest inventories, they'll start to be able to develop trends, and they'll become more and more reliable and something that we can call upon. But we need a lot of time for that to happen before we can make a more informed statement. But right now, we acknowledge there's a significant delta, but we aren't in a position to say if in a given year that that's actually real or not.
Question?
Please.
And I appreciate your report. I think I got a pretty good grip on all of the various categories, but when you use the term land use with respect to emissions, can you kind of describe what that includes, please?
Absolutely. So land use change in forestry is not what you would think of as agricultural practices. That is agriculture. So agriculture, you think of as livestock, the things you're doing on the land, you're applying fertilizer. But LULUCF, land use change in forestry, that includes croplands. So think of the carbon stock change that occurs because of tilling practices, that kind of thing. It includes grasslands. Many things go into that, but if you convert grassland to land use type, you will be digging up that carbon and releasing it to the atmosphere. It includes forestry, naturally, and all the things that entails. Settlements, so urban environments, and wetlands. And there are some wetlands in Colorado. We're not a coastal state, so it's not nearly as big of a driver, but we do have them, and they can be substantial. And generally what you're looking at are, if you kept a single parcel of land in its current state, like it is grassland and it remains grassland, what are the things that are affecting largely carbon stocks in the grass? We also think of land use change. So again, if you had a piece of grassland and you convert it to settlement, you're disturbing all that soil. So by and large, we're mostly thinking carbon stock differences, but there are other things that drive methane and nitrous oxide emissions as well.
That's helpful. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Milford has her hand up as well.
So I was hoping that you could break out the increase for us a little bit more. You mentioned forest decline, and I'm not sure whether that means declining acreage or less healthy forests or wildfires, and what fraction is forest versus what fraction is changing grasslands?
Yep. Thank you, Commissioner Milford. I'm not in the best position right now to be able to untangle all of it, but I'll say when I mean declining forests, I mean fewer forests. And that could mean, the forest, the trees, everything that makes up what you think of as a forest is generally in decline in terms of health or actual stock. Less of that, I think a much smaller aspect to that is human involvement. So when you think harvested wood products, that is we are scratching the perimeter of these forests, basically. And we are not largely converting forests to other land use types currently. So these are largely natural events that are going on. So you could think wildfires is a big one, but also beetle kill, the progress of just natural pestilence and disease that is overtaking a lot of Colorado's forests. To another extent, though, and this is where I'm not as prepared to be able to tell you how much is because of croplands and how much is because of grasslands or forest and all that stuff. I need to get back to you on that one. I don't have that perfectly in my head right now. What I'll say is that the downscaling effort that was undertaken, I think largely looked holistically at forests and then the rest of land use. Let me take that back a little bit. It did consider croplands and grasslands specifically, and then it looked at all the other things holistically. So in this number is a known growth curve for grasslands and a known growth curve for croplands, and then everything else is kind of bundled together.
Thanks.
Yeah, you're welcome. Collectively, they do all grow over time, is what the report expected them. Okay. All right, so I'm going to try to bring all of this together. I think this is maybe the last figure that we have in store for you. Yep, we're here. We've arrived. Okay, so trying to pull all this together. Previously, I showed you the same thing, but it was truncated to just so historicals. What we're now is going to do is show you the whole time series and try to put it in context how we expect things are going to evolve over time. So I've independently shown you all these different graphs. They all have different axes at different scales, and it's impossible to keep a track in your head. We wanted to paint each of those pictures independently so you could try to understand the drivers of those. But now to understand just what the picture is going to look like going forward, there's several things I want to point out. So electric power is now no longer and is expected to never be the largest source in the state. It is on a very steep decarbonization curve, and that is backed up by clean energy plans that have been submitted. So it is taking nosedive to maybe be the fourth largest source, around 2030 timeframe. And it's competing against these other sources that basically are very steady over time and small. So, waste, IPPU, and coal mining it's on the order of those circa 23 and forward. Transportation is going to remain the largest source. Like I said, it is stubborn and hard to decarbonize. It is decarbonizing, but not as fast of a pace as some of these other sectors. And so it is expected to be the dominant source going forward through 2050. However, what you'll see is that red line is agriculture. And in the absence of any interventions, agriculture will be co-dominant with transportation around 2050 timeframe. So that is, we will basically see two sources that are dominating the landscape here. And the blue line, that light blue line, is land use. Now, like I said, if we were monitoring progress towards our human interventions, tracking of all those efforts, if you take out that blue line, agriculture and transportation are 2.5 times the next largest, what we would say, pure anthropogenic sources of residential, commercial, and industrial fuel use. So all these other ones are trending down to be comparable in size, that sub 5 teragram, 5 million metric ton order, except for agriculture and transportation are going to be around that 15 million metric ton order. So the landscape is going to shift. What we think of in terms of priorities for what needs to be tackled and how we tackle it, those are kind of the bigger questions about how we think beyond 2030. There's still a lot of work to be done. And of course, if you think of the easy efforts are maybe already plucked. So the how you go about decarbonizing these is a harder and harder nut to crack. I lied. One more graph. Sorry. Okay, so again, if we try to zoom out here, I like to think of things in multiple ways. So the targets are a magnitude basis. You need to achieve certain mass-based reductions by a certain date. Reality is not that pretty, and it's not that easy. And one thing I always need to stress is that what we can't currently present to you is the uncertainty on all of these. The reality is that everything, is gray, and we could already be past the targets today, or we could be even further than we think they might be. So I think what's important often is to look at trends. And I think if we had looked at that statewide trend where we show we're not expected to hit the targets, but I think if you account for uncertainty in all of this, the trend is clear that Colorado is decarbonizing, and it's decarbonizing very aggressively. Still work to be done, but that is true for any state that is trying to decarbonize. You can only do so much in a limited amount of time. But what we can definitively say is that on an intensity basis, Colorado decoupled back in around 2010. So previous to 2010, if you think of there was an increase in demand for energy. That came basically in a lockstep approach for increased emissions. You saw growth in population. That meant, direct increase in emissions. But around 2010, maybe 2012 timeframe, things just started to decouple. So what that means is that you can have increased factor X with not associated increasing emissions. So we see gross state product clearly going up. We don't have it on here, but population clearly going up. But if you measure intensity, so the emissions intensity of energy production, or the energy intensity of the economy, or the emissions per dollar growth, those are all going down. And so that is a success story that I think might not, it might get overlooked sometimes when we're talking about all this. It is important to achieve targets. It is important to set mass-based targets, because at the end of the day, the atmosphere cares about how much of these gases are actually in the atmosphere and how much is accumulating over time. And the faster you can stop those from going to the atmosphere, the greater the impact over time, for sure. But there's a human element to all of this that is very hard to actually, as this commission is very well aware, it is hard to affect change, but that change is already well underway. Okay, that is it for graphs. Thank you for bearing with me. I hope your brain is not exploding with data. Now we're gonna, just a few more things here. So just gonna talk about stakeholder engagement and accessibility. One of the things we undertook this last year was to embark on a technical working group for oil and gas. So we had, I think, upwards of 30-ish people, different experts from industry, from natural gas, from NGOs and from universities to come together to start the discussion around how we can improve how we estimate that very important and very uncertain sector. So we took from that, we took an initial step. That argument was, we think the previous estimates were not in the realm of reason anymore. And so we took that step to try to bring them down into the realm of reason, but we fully intend to continue additional working groups and to continue to refine how we estimate that sector. There were also emissions reporting webinars pertaining to reporters. So as you may be aware, the federal reporting program is potentially going away. And that has a direct impact on our state, our efforts as a climate program, and the regulated community in the state. So we started conversations to try to understand how that might impact them and what solutions there might be. That is going to be continuing to this next year. In 2026, we plan to embark on much more public engagement around the inventory. We're currently going to be publishing by the end of the year, more like a summary report of everything. But if anyone recalls, last year we had a very comprehensive document that details all the methodologies and practices and everything. That will be coming in early 2026. And we will have a written public comment period at that time. We are doing our best to provide this plain language executive summary and providing everything in a digitally accessible format. Looking forward, what we plan to be doing is, like I said, we're going to be publishing these methodology reports. We're going to continue to update our interactive Tableau dashboard to help people so they don't have to dig through a report. They can go engage with the data directly. We're going to continue to evaluate these federal impacts as they evolve. Robin, I'm happy to give you a call. We're going to improve upon how we estimate.
My number.
And, we will always continue to evaluate how we do things, the best data sources. EPA is in flux. We don't know how much we'll be able to rely upon them in the future. There are efforts underway to find alternative solutions. We believe that high quality data will still be available, but it will be different and we'll need to adapt to that. So generally, to the extent that we can stand more on our own 2 feet and develop in-house robust estimates, we want to pursue that. But we will need continued outside support for a lot of these things that can really only be done at a national level and then downscaled. Okay, so final thing for why we're here, and I may need to call a lifeline if you have questions about these. I did not develop these. I just want to make that very clear. In conversations with the Post administration, these are recommendations that we are including in the report to the legislature. So I can speak at a high level, but please don't grill me personally on any of these. Basically, the gist of it is trying to develop a response to the federal actions. By and large, we're still saying the roadmap is still in force. There's still a lot to be done in terms of policies that were put forth in that roadmap. That work continues through next year at least, if not more. But the idea is that there needs to also be some kind of a response to a lot of the efforts that are underway to make it harder to decarbonize things like transportation and buildings in particular. A lot of that is coming from tax breaks, tax incentives and credits and such. So if you do have additional questions on this one, I can call a lifeline here for you. If you don't, that will be it.
Great, thank you very much. I know we asked a lot of questions along the way. It's a very detailed presentation.
Thank you.
One quick question, if I may.
So now we have time for more questions, so go ahead.
Thank you very much. Matt, I believe in a previous conversation I had with you, I just want to make sure my understanding is correct, is that this program is paid for by fees that are paid by the regulated community. Is that correct?
That is correct, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Yeah, my question, I guess it's on the other end of the scale, but not statewide, but where you have a facility or a company that's reporting in Colorado, do they provide, when they report inventory data to you, like reasons why their inventories went up or down or?
That's an excellent question. Some states do require that. We do not currently. It's been something we've considered. So something like a substantive change from previous reports. If you saw a 10% growth in something or whatever, but we don't currently do that. Basically what happens is we do our best to screen data and look for those. We're doing better and being much more efficient with being able to leverage the data, access it and analyze it. And, you know, to the extent that we see discrepancies, we do reach out directly to operators. And by and large, they're very cooperative with helping us understand what's going on.
Commissioner Milford, go ahead.
Yeah, this is partly a comment and partly another question, but in terms of a comment, please do all you can to discourage the use of statutory targets where the base year estimate doesn't get changed when the estimation method changes. That makes no sense. I really appreciate your inclusion of the inventory targets and those seem far and away more appropriate.
Can I clarify that with you, Commissioner Milford? I couldn't tell if you were requesting that I do something different.
I think that was a broader request too.
Okay, thank you.
The world.
Yes, we're doing our best to walk a line.
Okay. And then I just would like to request, as you have more information on impacts of federal rollbacks, and also as you have more information on perhaps new electricity demand projections reflecting increased electricity consumption from data centers as well as other sources that you report back to us. I think those are things that we really need to stay on top of as a commission.
Understood. Thank you.
Any other commissioner questions? I'll say thank you very much.
Thank you all. Thank you for the patience for this long report.
So it is 12:30. Lunch is here. Our original timeline that Jeremy gave me had us taking an hour lunch break. Do we still want to take an hour? 45 minutes?
Or amount.
Okay, let's go 45 minutes. Let's return at 1:15 and we will move to the next briefing at that time. So we are adjourned for lunch.
All right, when we go here, I'm getting my hair washed and colored, so you guys just need to like some blonde coloring. So you guys just need to like seriously behave, and I will be so hard on you. I will so hard on you when we get done if you are not. Do you understand? Thank you. I know it's hard to behave all day long, and
Anna, you're not muted.
thank you.
Jim Reg 27. And turn it over to Megan and Cecilia. Take it away when you're ready.
Great. Hello, Commissioner. It's great to be here microphone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, Commissioners. It's great to be here today to share this briefing with you all. My name is Megan McCarthy. I lead the Industrial Manufacturing Decarbonization Program within the Climate Change Program at the Air Pollution Control Division. That really includes the development and implementation of the GEM rules and programs since their infancy, and the co-development of this rule concept along with my colleague Cecilia White, and I'll let her introduce herself.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thanks for having us today. My name is Cecilia White. I am the Emissions Credit Trading Unit Supervisor here within the Climate Change Program. So been working very closely on implementing the GEM credit trading program alongside the Recovered Methane Credit Trading Program.
All right, so we are here today to update this commission on Regulation 27, also known as the GEM program. When Regulation 27 was adopted in 2023, it included a direction for the division to report back on key features of the program, including the trading, co-pollution reductions in disproportionately impacted communities, and the reported emissions from the GEM facilities since the rulemaking. So this presentation is intended to fulfill that commission direction and provide you all with a comprehensive GEM program update. So to start, over the past 4 years, many folks have mentioned they don't quite get where the GEM acronym comes from. So I wanted to spell it out for you all. I hope this slide is helpful. Essentially, it's the GHG, greenhouse gas, and energy management for manufacturers rule. So there you go. Now we're all on the same page with that. This is the overview of what we'll be briefing you today on. For this meeting, I'll share a refresher on the evolution of Regulation 27 and an overview of how the regulated industrial facilities are progressing towards their emission targets. Cecilia will then provide an update on the GHG credit trading market, including market projections into the future. She'll also review the changes the division is considering proposing at the February Regulation 27 request for rulemaking at a very high level. And we will leave plenty of time for feedback and questions at the end of the presentation. So let's begin with a refresher of the GEM rules. In 2019, the Colorado legislature passed House Bill 19-1261, which among other elements set the statewide GHG reduction targets and set specific requirements for energy intensive trade exposed facilities, recognizing their trade exposed nature. Subsequently, Colorado passed a law in 2021, House Bill 21-1266, to further advance industrial decarbonization in the state. 1266, also known as the Environmental Justice Act, set GHG emissions reduction goals for the industrial and manufacturing sector for the year 2030. The goal was set as a 20% reduction in greenhouse gases for the sector from 2015 emission levels by 2030. The GHG credit and tracking program was authorized under the Environmental Justice Act as well. And as well as established other, and the act also established other sector-specific greenhouse gas reduction targets. These sector goals contribute to the overall statewide GHG reduction goals for Colorado. The Air Quality Control Commission has passed multiple laws to help Colorado achieve its greenhouse gas reduction goals, including specifically for the industrial sector, the GEM regulations addressing manufacturing emissions, and regulations focused on reducing GHG emissions from the oil and gas sector, among others. This slide shows the regulated facilities under the GEM program. Again, GEM regulates the greenhouse gas emissions from Colorado's 21 highest emitting industrial and manufacturing stationary sources. GEM 1 included Colorado's 4 energy intensive trade exposed or EITE facilities, and those include cement and steel manufacturers. On the left of this slide, you can see in the chart, the GEM 1 facilities are Amrise, formerly Wholesome Cement, Cemex, GCC Rio Grande, and the Rocky Mountain Steel Mill in Pueblo, which is formerly known as Evraz. GEM 2 includes 17 other large industrial sources listed on the right-hand side of this table. Note that this used to cover 18 facilities. You might have heard kind of 18 facilities are covered under GEM 2, but however, Carestream Health is no longer covered under this rule because they ceased manufacturing operations this year. So they had reportable emissions for 2024 and will have minimum emissions for 2025, but then have completely closed their facility, so are no longer covered under the GEM regulation. This next slide shows a screenshot of a public-facing map developed since we last came before the commission based on a request at the time from Commissioner Jones to show the locations of the GEM facilities overlaid with disproportionately impacted community boundaries. It's a little deceiving looking at it on the slide because you really need to zoom in to see the smaller disproportionately impacted kind of the census blocks, especially near the Denver area. But this is an interactive tool where users can tailor the views, not only zooming in and zooming out to really see the delineation between census blocks, but also to view the different layers of why the different areas are considered disproportionately impacted. So I wish I had more time to show you around the tool, but for the sake of time today, I'll point the commission to the link on the slide, which takes you to that live map, and you can play around from there. Thank you. So taking a little bit closer look at GEM 1, the first phase of the GEM program rulemaking. GEM 1 was built to address the trade exposed nature of the steel and cement manufacturing operations in Colorado. In simple terms, an industry or company is trade exposed if it faces significant competition from international businesses, either in the US or abroad. There are 3 cement manufacturers and 1 steel mill, as mentioned, covered under GEM 1. The rule regulates the GHG intensity of these 4 facilities, which means the amount of greenhouse gases per ton of product that they manufacture. These facilities must use GHG best available emissions control technology and energy best management practices, and then also reduce their greenhouse gas emissions every 5 years by 5%. So the level of intensity for these facilities is assessed by an audit on a 5-year cyclical basis, and then the second audit will be taking place in 2027. The GEM 2 rule requires GHG emission reductions based on total emissions for facilities versus 2015 levels. So contrary to GEM 1, which is intensity-based, GEM 1 looks at the total mass amount of emissions coming from the manufacturing facilities. The goal for the GEM 2 group of facilities is aligned with the legislative requirement of 20% reduction by 2030 versus 2015. Independent contractors, as we speak, are working to finalize, if they haven't already, the GHG reduction plans submitted by each GEM 2 facility showing how they will meet their 2030 target. We'll get into their details of those plans in a couple slides. Now we'll look at the progress of the GEM group as a whole and the individual GEM facilities with GHG reductions. This pie chart shows the total emissions from the industrial and manufacturing sector based on the draft 2023 emissions data from the upcoming 25 inventory that Matt Twyman just presented on. Of course, this is subject to change before publication in December. GEM 1 and GEM 2 facilities are approximately 25%, so a quarter of the sector. Natural gas combustion and oil and gas operations is just above a quarter, so just above 25%. And then the remaining 50% is categorized as everything else, which includes mostly ozone depleting substance substitutes, as well as combustion emissions from smaller industrial and manufacturing sources. This slide, I think you're very familiar with at this point. You saw it presented a couple different times for different scenarios in the previous presentation on the inventory. This is specific to the industrial sector, which was also shared in this last presentation, so I'm not going to spend too much time on it, but really the takeaway from this is as the business as usual scenario for the sector as a whole shows a reduction of just below 20% in 2030. So we would be just missing that 20% reduction target with the business as usual line. Both the roadmap baseline scenario as well as the near-term action scenario show that we will be exceeding the 2030 target for the sector as a whole. So zooming in on GEM a little bit. This table highlights that in 2024, both the GEM 1 and 2 facility groups independently exceeded that 20% reduction target for the sector. So as you can see, the GEM 1 group reduced its emissions, so the 4 GEM 1 facilities, cumulatively by 26.6% based on the 2024 reporting year. I want to note that GEM 1's a little different because, like I said, they have an intensity-based GHG emission reduction target, but based on their mass reductions, they are reducing in line with that 20% sector target. What is also really encouraging to see is that the GEM 2 group reduced its emissions by almost 20.9%, so almost 21% in 2024, which is almost a full percent more than required 6 years early. So together, the GEM 1 and GEM 2 facility group, reduced their emissions by 23.4% last year in 2024, which means the group has reduced its greenhouse gas emissions by 3.4% more than required, again, 6 years before the target deadline. So really this highlights that the group of these 21 highest emitting manufacturing facilities in Colorado, we've seen decrease in emissions since 2015, and it's one that we expect we'll see continue as the GEM facilities continue to implement projects and measures to achieve, and in some cases surpass, their emission reduction goals. This is another screenshot from one of our cool online resources that I wanted to share with you all. This is from our GEM Data Explorer that is live and available to the public. This Data Explorer has been available, developed over different phases over the past year or so. We've been working on this for a long time. The GEM dashboards include the ability to filter facility historical emissions per year. You can filter them per facility. You can choose a range of years or a specific year you want to look at, a group of facilities. You can choose subparts for reporting subparts to see what emissions they report under which subpart, and really tailoring to what the viewer and user of the tool wants to see to be able to allow, the extraction of data that serves the purpose that the user may be searching for. So as you can see from this kind of unfiltered chart on this page showing the GEM 1 and GEM 2 data together, again, they've reduced 23.4% since 2015. As you can see, this is broken down to all the different facilities. And again, there's a link available for the commission and both the public on this slide as well to play around with it as they'd like. All right, I'm going to take a couple minutes on this slide. There's a lot of information here, and I want to make sure it's clear to everyone. So as another reminder, during the rulemaking hearing in 2023, the commission required GEM 2 facilities submit a greenhouse gas reduction plan showing what projects they're going to propose to meet their 2030 reduction requirement. And it also is required to show if they're projecting a need to buy credits to achieve their target. In addition, to incentivize early reductions from GEM 2 facilities, the commission adopted an option for facilities to achieve their individual GHG emissions limit for 2030 early in 2025, completely through on-site measures. That means that because facilities that have chosen to take their 2030 limit starting in 2025 by reducing on site, they don't need to submit a GHG reduction plan showing how they will meet the 2030 limit because they're electing to do that on site starting this year. Okay, now to the graphic. The facilities on the left side of this slide have committed to take their 2030 limit starting this year and did not submit greenhouse gas reduction plans. These facilities are not allowed to use credits to comply with this limit, and they have to meet their goals by reducing on site. So there's 8 GEM 2 facilities that elected to take this 2030 greenhouse gas emissions requirement starting in 2025. And they are Anheuser-Busch, Bago Technologies, Front Range Energy, Leprino Foods, Microchip Technologies, Molson Coors, Rocky Mountain Bottle, and Western Sugar Co-op. The remaining 8 facilities, and those can be seen on the left-hand side of the slide. The remaining 8 facilities on the slide in the middle and then on the right submitted their 2030 greenhouse gas reduction plans. The 5 green facilities in the middle of the slide submitted GHG reduction plans indicating that they're going to achieve their 2030 target by on-site measures. So, and do not need to use the credit market for compliance come 2030. These facilities are Cargill Meat Solutions, Golden Aluminum, JBS Swift, Sterling, and Yuma Ethanol. The remaining 3 facilities have indicated, and they're seen on the right in the peach color, they submitted GHG reduction plans indicating they will need to participate in the credit market to meet their 2030 compliance target. Natural Soda and American Gypsum proposed no cost-effective on-site measures, and Suncor proposed a handful of on-site measures achieving a portion of their requirement on-site. Currently, their draft plan proposes approximately 30,000 tons of on-site reduction, while their overall reduction requirement is about 130,000 metric tons. So 30 out of 130, they're proposing to be on-site. The caveat that plan is still in draft, and the division will be coming out with a finalized version of the Suncor plan in the next couple weeks, hopefully by the end of the year. Let's see. You'll notice the one remaining facility, Owens Brockway, isn't listed on this slide. They're a glass manufacturer and will submit their greenhouse gas reduction plan in 2027 as allowed under the rule to complete this picture. The other glass manufacturer is Rocky Mountain Bottle Company, and they wouldn't have had to submit their plan until 2027, but they elected to take the early limit. So they now no longer have to submit a plan and will be taking their 2030 limit on site starting this year. This is another way on this graphic is another way to display the information that we saw on the previous slide. But really with this highlighting the amount of reduction and specific project types that will be implemented based on greenhouse gas reduction plans at these facilities. So looking at the graphic, the size of the bars represent relative reductions required from each facility's baseline come 2030. What is not shown is the large overachievement of on-site reductions that were identified in the GHG reduction plans and deeper reductions from early commitment facilities that made the early commitment. So overall, there are expected to be much more on-site reductions, generating an oversupply of credits. The unknown here is Owens Brockway at the bottom of the slide, who will submit a reduction plan by 2027 again. So it's unclear what their current compliance pathways look like. Additionally, you'll see on the next slide that Suncor, as mentioned, did identify several cost-effective projects that it plans to implement, but it won't be achieving the 2030 goal fully on site, which is why the credit market may also be utilized. On this slide, you can see a summary of the facilities that submitted a greenhouse gas reduction plan last summer and the proposed project types that were documented in those plans, along with the estimated GHG reduction and co-pollution reduction proposed based on the projects proposed in the plan. So want to be really clear on that. This data is based only on the plan projects under current operating conditions. So looking at what the specific project is, where they're currently operating at, and what reduction would be seen by implementing that specific project. Compliance pathways for all early commitment facilities are on site, as mentioned, with just one facility unknown, Owens Brockway. The facilities that have identified on-site projects to meet their requirements are expected to go well above and beyond their 2030 targets. So as you can see for these different facilities, we are seeing estimated co-pollution reductions upon operation of these reduction projects that are relatively significant, including NOx and VOCs, as well as others. I also want to point out that this also shows just the larger co-pollution reductions, and we excluded any de minimis reductions in this slide as well. Happy to dig into that more if the commissioners have questions after the presentation. This slide is a quick snapshot of the amount of the amount of co-pollution reductions that we are projecting to be seen from credits generated. The red bars identify the target limits of each facility under the 2030 emission limits, while the blue bars represent the emission plans identified by each facility in the reports. So GHG credits at the bottom of the figure reflect the difference between the planned versus the 2030 target levels of emissions for each facility, and it shows the facilities either generate credits or need to buy credits. Then, and importantly, the green bars reflect the co-pollutant reductions associated with the overall reduction plan by facility. This is compiled from the previous two slides and essentially is the estimate of the co-pollution reductions from all the projects selected to move forward in the draft GHG reduction plans. So to wrap up this section on the progress towards the targets, the GEM and midstream regulated entities are making reductions beyond their targets and earlier than required. The GEM group has already surpassed the 2030 target, and with this trend continuing, the group's estimated to achieve reductions far beyond the 20% by 2030 goal. And it's projected to achieve upwards, and this is for GEM 2, upwards of 40% reduction by 2030. The midstream group is estimated to at least meet, if not exceed, its 2030 reduction requirement as well. Finally, the information coming into the division from regulated entities regarding early commitments as discussed and plans to implement on-site GHG reduction projects suggests that there will be more reductions than this group as a whole needs to comply. These X reductions are currently tracked as GHG credits in the GHG credit market. Okay, last slide for me, and then I'll pass it to Cecilia. I just wanted to give an overview of some of the key documents that the division has published since the rulemaking under the direction of the commission. The division developed, as directed by the commission, an extensive guidance document outlining the process for a GEM 2 facility to develop said GHG reduction plan, analyze costs, and propose how they will comply with that 2030 target and if they have to go to the credit market to do so. It also includes guidance around the analysis and quantification of the co-benefits achieved with each reduction measure as required by the regulation. The websites are also listed here, the Data Explorer, as well as the forms at the bottom of the slide, many published at the beginning of the year or end of last year. I want to highlight, there's the GEM 2 annual reporting form 503. This form facilities submit each year documenting their emissions compared to their target, and a summary of this information for the 2024 emissions year is available in the form section near the bottom of the GEM 2 webpage as well. So lots of resources, boatloads of information to look at, play with, analyze, and it's all available for you as you'd like. So happy to answer any questions on that. For now, I'll pass it over to Cecilia to continue the presentation.
All right, we just take a few questions on that part. That'd be all right?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. I was interested in if there's new industries, so you have these Gem 1, Gem 2, and then what about new facilities and how they might be rolled into either one of these as they move into Colorado, or what is the process by new industries coming to Colorado?
That's a great question. Currently, the Gem 2 and Gem 1 regulations cover the facilities that existed at the time of the rulemaking, and there is not provisions worked into the regulation at this time that addresses new entrants. I think that it's something we, definitely discussion as we move forward and continue looking at these further targets that we have to hit. But right now, there is really no regulatory obligation that a new manufacturer would come into regarding GHGs in Colorado.
Commissioner Milford.
Megan, I had a question about slide 18, if you could go back to that real quick. I wondered if you had tabulated or had any information on reductions in the priority toxic air pollutants. I can imagine that some of these plants could have co-benefits for hydrogen sulfide or for formaldehyde, for example.
This time we have not. We looked at the co-pollutants available in using, I believe, the COBRA tool. And so the specific air toxics that you're mentioning are not a pollutant that was available for analysis within COBRA.
Okay, might be something to consider going forward if that could be done.
See the value in that.
If I could follow up on Commissioner Milford's question, I am just seeing that under JBS, it's a negative. Could you comment on that compared to everyone else, which is not negative? Does that mean they're adding pollution?
So for JBS, the co-pollution increase is from the methane flaring activity that they're using after they cover their wastewater treatment pond. They're going to be flaring that methane. And what we're seeing is a really minimal increase in co-pollution in the near term as kind of a trade-off for the extremely large GHG reduction indicated in their plan. And in the next phase of their plan, their project will include renewable natural gas pipeline injection, which will negate the need for the flare. So it's this temporary flare that they're setting up while they're implementing that next RNG phase of the project. That makes sense. It's a great question.
Any other questions? So go ahead and proceed with the trading portion.
All right. Sorry to give everyone whiplash there. Thanks for presenting, and Megan, and thanks for the initial questions, commissioners. So I'm going to shift the focus to our emissions credit trading program for the GEM facilities under Regulation 27. In the next few slides, we'll walk through an update to the credit market based on its first year of implementation for the 21 regulated GEM sources. Starting with the timeline and recognizing that there is a lot of information on this slide, I'm going to spend a little time with the content. As you recall and are aware, the GEM 2 rule was adopted in October 2023. The division began developing the Greenhouse Gas Crediting and Tracking System, or GHG CATS, soon after. System development and testing took place from 2024 through early 2025, and the system was released to market participants on November 27th, 2024. Development and testing was comprehensive. The details are listed on the slide, and they include outlining the system flow and processes, adjusting the existing registration process for recovered methane credits under Regulation 22 to encompass Regulation 27 requirements for the GEM facilities, building the forms and workflows for the annual auction, bilateral transfer, and early credit retirement processes, and developing dashboards for market participants for easy access to registration and credit information. On May 6th of this year, the division issued the first set of credits. And these only went to the Gem 2 facilities. The Gem 1 facilities will be eligible to start earning credits in 2026. We issued initially 175,184 credits to the six credit generating Gem 2 facilities based on their 2024 emissions. These over 125,000 credits were issued to the Gem 2 facilities, with the Vargo and Microchip earning the majority. On May 20th of this year, we did cancel 13 credits that were originally issued to Microchip, and this was due to an adjustment to Microchip's 2024 greenhouse gas emissions report. This left 175,171 active credits in the market. So of these still over 175,000 active credits, just over 82,000 credits were surplus, meaning there were over 82,000 active credits in the market, more than the regulated group needed to comply with the 2024 emissions reduction obligations. So said another way, there were more than 82,000 credits in the market that none of the regulated entities could use for compliance in the program's first year. Next, we held the first annual auction, and 6 Gem facilities bid to purchase credits and 3 Gem facilities offered to sell credits. The bidders included 2 Gem 1 facilities, so Cemex and GCC, as well as 3 Gem 2 facilities, Sterling, Suncor, and Yuma. The offerers were all Gem 2 facilities, since they were the only facilities issued credits in the first year, and they included Anheuser-Busch, Evago, and Western Sugar. Although we do not currently release specific auction winners per Regulation 27, we do publish summary information about the auction results. A total of 2,760 credits were sold at about $25 per credit, and for a total value of $68,739 during 2 auction rounds. Now, we do recognize that this was the first auction and that there were no compliance obligations due in 2025 based on 2024 emissions. Therefore, we understand that this first auction is really more of a system testing and price discovery exercise for regulated entities. The final action we have seen to date in 2025 occurred on November 13th, when Western Sugar sold all of its 10,644 credits to Cemex through a bilateral transfer. And all of this information is available on our website. So in addition to all that we walked through on the timeline regarding developing and beginning administration of the system itself, we have also prepared resources and guidance documents about the system for the different audiences. The first set of resources we prepared are our public resources, and these include our credit trading in Colorado overview webpage, our credit issuance and cancellation dashboard, and associated disproportionately impacted community map, which I will show screenshots of later, as well as our public access viewer, where you can download specific submissions related to market activity. The next set of resources are focused for our market participants, and these include our greenhouse gas crediting and tracking system webpage, our high-level instruction sheets related to the industrial branch of the system and the annual auction, and our more detailed materials like our auction guidance document and frequently asked questions. The final set of resources are our guidance documents for both the public and market participants, and we will go over these in the next few slides. The first of these guidance documents is the trading between Gem 1 and Gem 2 facilities. Oh, thank you. My bad. Oh, you're right. Wait. I believe I have been avoiding skipping slides. I'm sorry about that. Okay. So Gem 1 facilities have intensity-based emission reduction targets, and it is possible that they could actually increase their actual emissions yet still generate credits. Gem 2 facilities, however, have mass-based emission reduction requirements based on the 20% reduction requirement by 2030 from 2015 levels. So since the Gem 1 facilities can participate in the industrial credit trading market alongside the Gem 2 facilities, Regulation 27 recognized the need to include specific credit trading guidelines or guardrails to protect Gem 2's progress towards its mass-based emission reduction targets. To ensure this protection, the division convened a technical working group and held 7 two-hour meetings that are recorded and available to the public online. These meetings were held with 15 academics, consultants, industry experts, and representatives from local government and non-governmental organizations from across the country and even internationally. During these meetings, the working group members identified and explored different guardrails, and the division used these discussions to develop the methodology outlined in the guidance document, which essentially converts a portion of Gem 1 credits according to a mass-based threshold to be eligible for trading with Gem 2 facilities. As you can see in the table, the mass-based threshold is set at 10% for 2025 through 2027 and at 20% for 2028 onwards. The 10% threshold for the initial period means that a Gem 1 facility generates credits as usual based on its intensity-based requirements, and it may sell those credits to other Gem 1 facilities. However, only the number of those credits that represent a 10% actual reduction in mass of that Gem 1 facility's greenhouse gas emissions may be sold to Gem 2 facilities. For the 2028 and beyond period, the same applies, except the portion of the Gem 1 facilities credits that represent a 20% actual reduction in mass, only those may be sold to the Gem 2 facilities. The working group's solution ultimately ensures that any credits used for Gem 2 compliance in 2030 will not jeopardize the Gem 2 group's reduction requirement of 20% by 2030 from 2015 levels. And this pathway provides additional incentives for Gem 1 facilities to make deeper reductions because it incentivizes Gem 1 facilities to make mass-based reductions in order to sell their credits to the Gem 2 facilities. I do want to be very clear that this approach does not create new or additional credits. Rather, it simply converts a portion of the Gem 1 credits to be eligible for trading with Gem 2 facilities. The division also developed our market integrity guidance document to ensure that credits are issued consistently and to prevent double counting of emission reductions. This initial guidance addresses 2 specific situations. The first addresses when emissions reports change after credit issuance, as we saw for microchip this year. And the second addresses when a facility claims reductions in both Colorado and an external credit market. Under the first situation, when there is a change to the emissions reported, this guidance clarifies that if reported emissions are lowered after credit issuance, the division will not issue more credits. Alternatively, if the reported emissions are increased after credit issuance, the division will require the facility that adjusted its emissions report to rectify the fact that it was issued too many credits. In that case, the division will either cancel credits or the facility must purchase and retire credits. Now, under the second situation, the emissions reductions are claimed in multiple markets. This guidance provides 4 pathways outlined on the slide to ensure that double counting does not occur. The next 2 slides are screenshots of our newly released credit issuance and cancellation dashboard, as well as our associated disproportionately impacted community map dashboard. This first screenshot shows credits at the time of issuance adjusted for credit cancellation, and trading is not accounted in these dashboards, although we are exploring options to do so in the future. Now, I won't run through all the numbers displayed on this dashboard. However, I will highlight that based on the first year of credit generation, all credits were issued to Gem 2 facilities, since they were the only facilities eligible to earn credits in 2025, and thus all credits generated to date are Gem 2 eligible credits. In addition, all credits were generated by Gem 2 facilities that are located in or near our disproportionately impacted communities. And I want to note that this dashboard is interactive, similar to the dashboards that Megan showed earlier, and you can use the link. I think it's on one of the previous slides. This is the second screenshot of our dashboard page, showing credits per facility on a map of Colorado, with a layer showing Colorado's disproportionately impacted communities. The size of the square represents the number of credits, with each color representing a different facility. Moving on from the resources and tying back to the greenhouse gas reduction plans that Megan was discussing earlier, this table shows a summary of the GEM 2 facility co-pollutant reductions that are associated with these facilities' GHG reductions that resulted in credits. The division analyzed greenhouse gas reports and worked with facilities to understand the projects they implemented that helped them to generate these credits and to calculate the associated co-pollutant reductions. In general, co-pollutant reductions are proportional to carbon dioxide equivalent reductions in what you would expect to see from reduced fossil fuel combustion. This includes over 50 tons of NOx and 11 tons of VOCs, which are both ozone precursors. Almost 20 tons of SO2 reductions were also seen, largely due to the higher SO2 emissions that were avoided from the Rocky Mountain Bottle Company glass-making kiln. I'm happy to run through the methodology in more detail if you would like later. Before we turn to credit market projections, I first want to talk through how the different regulated entities can participate in the industrial credit trading market for calendar years 2025 through 2031. And that translates to emissions years 2024 through 2030. GEM 2 facilities are already fully participating. This year, we issued GEM 2 facilities that went above and beyond the 2030 reduction requirements, credits based on the amount that they exceeded these requirements. Additionally, this year, GEM 2 facilities were able to begin fully participating in trading in the market, including through the auction and bilateral contracting. GEM 1 facilities are partially participating. This year, they were able to participate in the auction and to purchase credits through bilateral agreements. However, they will begin to generate credits next year. Midstream operators are also permitted to participate in the market in accordance with Regulation 7 and 27. Midstream operators, however, cannot generate or trade credits until 2028 and only for 2027 or later emissions years. The two market projection scenarios on the next few slides represent our expectations for the credit market based only on GEM 2 information. The division has limited information on both the GEM 1 facilities and the midstream operators, and therefore we excluded these groups from our projections. However, I will note that based on our initial non-binding information, it appears that the GEM 1 group will contribute to credit supply, and the midstream group should at least be able to meet their obligations through reductions achieved amongst themselves and potentially may also contribute to credit oversupply. So beginning with scenario 1. This first scenario represents the situation where all credits generated by GEM 2 facilities remain in the Colorado market. This scenario reflects the early commitments, projects identified in the GHG reduction plans, and includes information that has been shared with us or is publicly announced in relation to GEM 2 facility expected emission reductions. It assumes projects or plans that have been shared by facilities, even if non-binding, will go forward in the year that they indicated. Additionally, it assumes that facilities that have made permanent reductions will stay at least at those levels. The blue bars on this graphic represent credits generated each year. The red bars represent credits needed each year. And the yellow line represents the net of the blue bars less the red bars. And then finally, the green shaded background represents the accumulation of credits in the market over their 3-year banking period. In this scenario, you can see that the credits generated are expected to exceed the credits needed each year through 2031, reaching about 500,000 net credits in 2031. You can also see that the number of active credits in the market could be almost 2 million given the 3-year banking period by 2031. Now, I will caveat that, as is the nature with projections, there is uncertainty associated with this data. So, for example, it does not account for the potential that some facilities may choose not to sell their credits and may instead use them for their own purposes, such as their own corporate ESG goals. Additionally, again, it's only GEM 2 projections. Scenario 2 represents a more conservative case where the reductions associated with all the projects known to be eligible for credits in other markets would not stay in the Colorado market. Instead, they would go into an external credit trading market, like a voluntary market or the California market. These known projects are related to carbon capture and storage, as well as wastewater methane management projects. All the other assumptions under scenario 1 are the same under this scenario, and the graphic elements are the same as well. Under this scenario, you can see that the credits generated are still expected to exceed the credits needed each year through 2031, however, reaching a lower amount of about 50,000 net credits in 2031 rather than the 500,000 under scenario 1. You can also see that the number of active credits in the market could still be high by 2031 at over 400,000 given the 3-year banking period. Again, caveating that there is uncertainty with the data. That concludes the briefing element of our presentation, but before we turn to questions, unless you have specific questions on the credit trading elements, I do want to turn quickly to our plans for the February 2026 request and start with the fund concept, or the State Climate Action Reserve Fund, the SCARF, that you heard it called last night. It's okay. Thank you. Yeah. All right, let's begin with the background around the fund. During October 2023, the October 2023 rulemaking for Regulation 27, the Colorado Chamber of Commerce included a fund as a third compliance option for GEM 2 facilities in their alternate proposal. At the same time, however, environmental, non-governmental organizations and community groups, local governments did not support a fund. At the time, there was also limited information about the emissions reductions that the GEM 2 facilities could achieve through on-site measures and how heavily the group would need to rely on the credit trading market. As a result, the Commission directed the division through Regulation 27's Statement of Basis and Purpose to wait to propose the establishment of a state-managed fund as a last resort compliance option. Over the past 2 years, the division has developed the requested fund concept. The concept we came up with solved for some of the challenges of the fund, such as the importance of ensuring the fund does not jeopardize progress towards targets, and also address the situation we are seeing with the credit market related to a significant oversupply of credits. In accordance with best practices and the new procedural rules, we began the stakeholdering process on this concept. Through the process, we held multiple stakeholder meetings, including one-on-ones and group meetings, through July, November, and December. Additional meetings are also scheduled for January. And engagement with the stakeholders resulted in the division adjusting and refining the concept, which we will overview now. So the concept is slightly complex. I do want to start with some background around the foundational elements that the division wanted to address and include when developing the fund compliance mechanism. As I mentioned, the division has been developing this concept since the adoption of the GEM 2 rule. During development, the division has had to pivot a lot to consider the Commission's direction, as well as statutory authority, legal concerns, stakeholder feedback, and new emission reduction plans and credit market information. Despite these challenges, we did it. And we came up with a fund mechanism that met the direction of the Commission and addressed all of these concerns. So what's the concept? Let's walk through that now. To begin, if credit oversupply reaches a certain level of excess, the stringency of the credit generation threshold would increase. The excess credits are represented by reductions achieved by the regulated group beyond what the group as a whole needs to comply. As Megan mentioned earlier, the GEM 2 group is already exceeding its 20% reduction requirement. The GEM group is already exceeding its 20% reduction requirement by 3.4%. And this 3.4% is represented by credits in the market that are excess of what the group needs to comply. Next, the difference between the original and the modified credit generation threshold would be tracked as reductions in a ledger. Starting in 2030, regulated entities would be able to apply to pay a price per ton for reductions that they cannot either achieve a cost effectively on-site or purchase through the credit market. Compliance pathways could then be invested in additional emission reduction projects, and reductions from these projects could also be tracked in a ledger. This is the concept as it stands after socializing it with stakeholders in the public. And that takes me to the next slide. So based on stakeholder feedback and as a testament to the new procedural rules, the division does not recommend moving forward with the fund concept at this time, and we will not be including it in our February 2026 request. We recently received a letter from the Colorado Chamber of Commerce requesting that the division not propose the SCARF, given new data showing market projections, and instead requesting to wait and see if and when a fund becomes necessary. We also continue to hear opposition to the fund from environmental, non-governmental organizations, community groups, and local governments as expressed during the 2023 rulemaking, and again in public comment last night. Though we are very proud of the creative fund concept that we have come up with, we agree that implementing a fund now is premature, given the projections we have around the credit market, and we agree that taking a wait and see approach at this time is reasonable. The credit market is projected to have a significant oversupply of credits, and there are still some programmatic, policy, and legal questions that remain open and need to be addressed before any fund is adopted. It is important to highlight for this group, though, that the fund concept work is not lost. The principles and learnings from this work will be useful for if and when we need to reconsider a third compliance pathway, especially as the state moves towards net zero. All right, although we won't be including the fund concept in our request in February, that was just one element of our proposal. We do plan to propose some revisions to the rule, which we will walk through very quickly now. I'm going to fly through these slides. Except for this first slide. In addition to directing the division to develop a fund compliance pathway, the Commission also directed the division to evaluate necessary changes to the trading program and to report to the programs on the program's first year of implementation and initial emission reduction projections based on the data gathered in the first year. The intention of this was to evaluate the new concepts and requirements of Regulation 27 to ensure that the program was functioning properly and in accordance with the goals of the legislature. We have just reported on the first year of the program's implementation and the initial emission reduction projections. And based on our findings, we are planning to recommend some updates, limited in scope to Regulation 27 and its credit trading program at our February 2026 request for rulemaking. These updates will improve the GEM program for the division and the regulated entities and will increase transparency for the public. The division is really seeking to improve the functionality and clarity of existing requirements and compliance pathways with these changes shown on the next few slides. Now, I'm not going to dig into the details, as I said. So this slide outlines the general revisions that we have identified throughout Regulation 27, and they are largely linked to rule cleanup, clarification of intent, and updates to definitions. This slide outlines the more focused revisions that we are considering for GEM 1 and GEM 2. And again, be aware that the majority of these changes are somewhat clerical in nature. The final revisions that we are considering are for cleanup, clarification, and improved functionality of the credit trading program. As you can see on this slide, we have grouped these as transparency and compliance items, credit issuance, timing, and adjustment items, and auction administration and participation items. So to wrap up this February 2026 request discussion, the division does not recommend a fund mechanism at this time, given that the credit market projections indicate there is no need for a fund at this time, given that no entity is currently established to manage the fund, and given that there is little to no support from industry, environmental, non-governmental organizations, community groups, and local governments. We will, however, continue to monitor and determine if a refined fund concept is appropriate in the future. The division does, however, recommend to propose revising elements of Regulation 27 as part of the upcoming February 2026 rulemaking request. And we will continue our stakeholder process for these recommended revisions in the new year. So in closing, I want to acknowledge all the work that the climate change program has done on this program over the last 4 years, and just say how excited and proud we are that the program has achieved so much so far. So thank you for your time and attention, and I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks for the presentation. It's good to see all the great progress and how well things seem to be working. Are there questions from commissioners? Not seeing any. Okay, I'll start. I have a couple. If we go to slide 24 on the credit trading program, you issued 175,000 credits, but only 82,000 were offered. So that's less than half. Do you have a sense of why the other 90,000 weren't offered? Were people saving those for their internal ESG programs? You mentioned, some of the later projects may be more suitable for external markets, but my inference at least was that the early projects were not necessarily suitable for external markets. So that's just insight.
Thanks for the question, Commissioner Ruda. So the 82,000 that I was referring to is actually surplus credits. Those are credits that no one needs for any compliance. During the auction, over 100,000 credits were offered, but only 2,760 credits matched. So there was the 2,760 credits that sold during the auction, plus the 10,644 credits that sold as the bilateral transfer from the first year. And that it is possible that there's this wait and see approach, see what happens as they get closer to their compliance obligations. It was as I said, it was the first year of the auction. It's probably testing how the system operates and price discovery.
So I'm not sure I understand the definition of surplus credit now.
Sure.
To me, any credit is, if you're willing to offer the credit for sale, you as the owner don't need it. You're trying to monetize it. So I'm trying to.
Right.
I'd interpret surplus as they offered 82,000 for sale. You only need 2,000 and there were 80,000 after 82,000 left, however that matter.
Okay.
I may have misunderstood that.
Yes. So the full over 175,000 credits, they represent reductions beyond the 2030 obligation. So in that sense, they are surplus. They're more than what the group needs in order to comply. The 82,000, roughly 82,000 credits, they are credits that no one can do anything with because they are not needed by any entity. They're excess beyond what the group needs at all in order to hit their targets as a group. Yeah, as a group.
So does that, I'm struggling with math here. I have 175,000. If I go back to your blue bars later where you show 140,000 or, some number that's generated and 40,000 are needed, is that difference the surplus? Is that how you're defining surplus?
So the surplus would be on this slide, it's roughly 500,000 because it's the blue bar is 630 less the 115. And so there's that 500,000 that is not needed by anybody.
Carry those over to the next year, a 2-year, 3-year period. Okay.
Correct.
And that's where you see the snowball effect of the green background. Yeah.
Okay.
Concept of surplus is somewhat complicated, so thank you for asking those clarifying questions.
So in doing the work with the fund, you spoke primarily to the GEM 2 participants, or did you talk to the midstream participants also?
We did have some conversations with midstream operators but the Colorado Chamber of Commerce is representative of a wide group of GEM and midstream operators. Okay. I will note though that, I don't know if everybody in the chamber signed on to the letter that was submitted.
Whether it's unanimous thing within a trade organization is always a question.
And Commissioner, I think that the general sense of like Cecilia was saying, wait and see is really relevant here, right? This is not, we're never going to, consider this, it won't be needed, we're certain, right? It's just, we have this data that is showing us that this mechanism is not necessarily going to be needed. We will keep our eyes peeled. We're going to watch it very closely. And I think that, the industrial stakeholders were of that same mind, right? Like this is definitely not us saying we don't want it ever, but we understand the situation and that it is not, as urgent as we thought it was.
In my mind, it was always, when we as commission put a statement basis of purpose, it was always like last resort. And if there weren't sufficient credits that there weren't enough things that you could buy, that it would be, and in some sense, it would serve as a cap to the trading market at kind of the social cost of greenhouse gases. So it was always a last resort. I guess my concern is right now the trading market looks great and liquid and everything else, but if companies decide for whatever reason not to offer things in the market, we're still a fairly small market. So small markets can have sudden whipsawing changes if one or two big players decide to do something differently with their credits. So I guess I'm still a little concerned that even though it looks great, without, how quickly can it change, and how quickly could we stand up a fund if we needed it? I guess that's my underlying concern is I feel like it takes a couple of years to do. So by the time you really realize you need it, it's too late. People could be left in the lurch.
No, it's a really good point. I think at this time, we do have some kind of legal and programmatic questions around actually standing up the fund itself. So I think we've done really good work to set the concepts and get the initial version out there that we can definitely refine as we gather more information related to the trading market, as we gather more information related to how these regulated entities want to use their reductions, represented as credits. But even given everything that we have, we can't essentially stand up the fund without answering those programmatic policy legal questions first. And we need a little more time for that piece.
Okay. I guess, is there a short-term Band-Aid backup that's not really a fund, but that is some provision in a future proposed rule that would say, in the event that credits aren't available, entities could pay, since we're now very much in the emission fee businesses, the Air Quality Control Commission, an emission fee. And it doesn't really go to a state fund, it goes to the division as an emission fee, but at least as a short-term Band-Aid fallback position to give regulated entities some comfort that there is that ultimate backstop out there, even if we don't think we need it today. Leave that for your consideration.
Thank you for that. Yes, lots of thoughts there. And
if you want to respond to it, you can.
Yeah, I will. I think that it's definitely something that we would, giving regulatory certainty to regulated facilities is obviously a key important aspect of this. And during these conversations, one of the biggest concerns was like, how fast can the commission react if all of a sudden there is a big change in the credit market? So I think one of the things we're trying to brainstorm is how can we stay informed as best as possible and ensure that the commission is also informed as best as possible heading closer to 2030, and if this changes and what it looks like, and as soon as we might see a need or concern for something like that, how can we make sure that we are ready to hit the ground running and getting that in place as soon as possible? I think your suggestion is definitely a part of that, and something that we absolutely could consider as well. I obviously would defer probably to my legal counsel as far as like the emissions fee and how that would all work as far as statutory authority, but something to strongly consider. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Milford.
Thank you. So a quick question, and then I have a comment as well, but the question is about this slide with the cumulative green shaded area. Do the credits sunset at some point? Do they terminate?
Yes, good question. So the green shaded area is showing the the 3-year banking period. So at the end of that 3-year banking period, those credits are no longer considered part of that green background.
Okay. Okay. So that's helpful. And then just a comment in response to Commissioner Reeder's suggestion and Commissioner Miller's earlier remark. Maybe there's a future rulemaking down the road that considers the fund, but also considers what to do with new entrants, new sources that haven't been addressed under GEM 2.
Thank you, Commissioner. I like that recommendation.
Go ahead, Commissioner Miller.
Yeah, and I wanted to add to that, that there's this new sector of greenhouse gas emitters called AI computing centers. And it looks to be like Colorado's a hub for many of these companies. I know the title of this is manufacturers. I'm wondering if this industry could, if we need to regulate them because of their emissions and their use of water and all sorts of things, do we put it under this, or do you come up with a whole new structure? That's a question for AQCC.
That's a great question. I think that to address emissions from AI computing centers and data centers, there's a lot of discussion going on around that right now. And it really depends on the power source, right? So where are they getting that power from? And is there things in place that's already addressing that, or do we need to come in with new regulatory approaches for those specific types of power sources? And this is pretty strictly defined in statute as far as what is considered industrial and manufacturing. So I think that might be a challenge there to get something like that incorporated into the specific rule, but food for thought for sure, and something that we need to address quickly.
Yeah, I guess one observation I'll make that I thought about is, it's interesting, like Commissioner Miller read that comment, it's interesting that for midstream, we had a hard cap. We had a lot of discussion during the rulemaking about new entrants where they basically have to go buy credits from people. For this, in part because it's not a sort of one sector so much, it's really spread out. We just have the reduction percentage. We don't really have the cap aspect. So theoretically, new entrants can come in here when they can't within the midstream sector is the way I understand our rules right now. Is that correct? Without, I mean, then midstream would have to buy stuff.
Exactly.
In GEM 2, they don't have to buy stuff. They would just.
There's a distinct difference between the midstream rules and the GEM program, where the GEM kind of cumulative cap for the GEM 2 facilities is just for those facilities. It's not a cap on the sector or the subsector overall, like midstream is. Midstream, the cap that was put on that sector does. New entrants have to fit under it, essentially, where GEM, we really did leave out how to address new entrants into the manufacturing space in this rule. And so it's definitely a next phase for the future.
Okay, Commissioner Rudolph.
Can I just, because Commissioner Rudolph, she recommended that I ask questions, even if they seem silly. So I'm jumping right in because this term midstream has been mentioned, and I'm not familiar with that term. Could you give me a quick explanation, and then I'll pass it on?
Sure. Midstream refers to the energy combustion, essentially stationary combustion from natural gas engines, fired engines at midstream operations in the oil and gas sector. So midstream stations are typically compressing gas and sending it off to either a refinery or another production center. And so it really takes a lot of engine power to drive these compressor stations essentially, and then power it through. So it's the combustion emissions from midstream operations, the majority of which are natural gas fired engines that are included in the industrial sector only.
Thanks. Upstream being the wells.
Oh, okay. Getting the right out the wells.
Okay. So I'm not sure I've ever really truly understood the credit program. And the discussion today has made me think I really need to sort of pin something down. And it's the 3-year expiration piece. So am I correct that None of the GEM 2 participants are required to comply until 2030. Is that correct? Some have taken the early action, so they don't have to submit their plans to 2025, but it's 2030.
There are is that what you're gonna?
Yeah.
Okay, there are interim limits that started in 2024 that are basically holding the facilities at their baseline, saying, you can't increase emissions.
Okay.
So they're not as stringent limits through 2029, essentially.
Okay, so my question, and maybe if I think about it, I would answer my own question, but I'll ask you. So if one of these entities today not required to reduce their emissions until effectively 2030, I mean, they probably would want to do it before that to make sure they hit it. But they reduce them enough that they have generated credits today. Those credits, if they generated them today, they would only be good to 2028. Right? And so why would somebody want to buy credits between now and 2030 if they're going to expire before 2030?
So the purpose of purchasing credits earlier than 2030 would be to count towards your interim compliance targets. So if you are still not able to achieve your emission reductions required for those interim periods through on-site measures, you can go to the credit trading market and purchase the difference that you need.
Okay, thank you. That answers that question. So then if they expire in 3 years, then aren't you then saying, as a practical matter, that every one of these facilities is going to have to meet their own 2030 requirement by 2023 without the use of credits? Unless they reduce their emissions lower than what's required, and if they continue to reduce their emissions below what they're below their required reduction of 2030. You see what I'm asking? Maybe you don't, because I can see.
I might need you to restate.
Okay.
Yes.
I can do this. So let's say a facility only has to get to reduce its emissions to a certain level by 2030. And it, on 2030, has reduced its emissions by X, what it's supposed to, but then it also has reduced it X plus 5. So it's got 5 more credits. So in 2030, it has generated 5 more credits. Those credits they can sell. Why would somebody wait till 2030? But let's say they do. They can sell those 5 credits in 2030, but they only last until 2033. So if anybody buys those credits in 2030 to meet their 2030, they can't use those credits to meet 2030 beginning in 2033. So if they don't reduce their own emissions in 2033 to meet then they're going to rely on somebody going beyond what they've done right after 2030 to buy credits to continue on beyond 2033. Am I making sense?
I think the way I understand your question, I think that X plus 5, they get the plus 5, they can sell the plus 5 in 2030, and they can sell the plus 5 in 2031 and the plus 5 in 2032, as long as that facility.
They can bank them.
No, they don't bank them. They generate a new credit every year for.
Every year.
Target.
Yeah. So they would generate, if their emission stayed steady, they would generate those 5 credits in 2030, 2031, 2032, 2033. So every year that they're below their 2030 target, that delta.
So you don't create them once and they're done. You can keep, which is why your green shading keeps going up. That then answers that.
Credits are generated annually. Exactly.
Thank you. You have just answered my questions. Thank you. Got it.
No silly questions. This is highly, complex, and especially with the banking and the different compliance timeframes going up to 2030, it's takes a minute to understand. So thanks for your questions.
Any other commissioner questions? I'm hearing and seeing none. Thank you very much.
Thank you all. Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you. Thank you. See you in February.
Yeah. You folks want to take like a 5-minute break?
What are we expecting our last item to last?
Probably 45 minutes or so.
Let's take a.
Maybe an hour. It could be longer.
Take a break for 2:45. We'll come back at 2:45.
You guys don't have any questions about fees?
These are simple.
Or permitting.
All right.
What's the break? I didn't hear.
I'm
2:45.
There's a question. I'm not. I was.
Commissioner Milford at 2:45.
Thank you.
Room has thinned out.
Yeah.
We're down to the last presentation of the day. And the last thing that stands between many people in the beginning of their holiday vacations. So,
and you'll notice the only people left in the room are the directors and the deputy directors. We are the ones
And Jen.
here. And Courtney.
so,
From the division.
anyway,
We're the troopers that are still here at the very end.
anyway, I'm still grateful. It's only Thursday afternoon, not Friday afternoon.
Well, we appreciate that you left the best for last. My name is Sergio Guerra. I'm the Deputy Director of Station Resources. And I'll be giving an update on permitting. And then my colleague, Stephanie Shoup, is gonna give us an update also on the permitting fees. So 3 things I'm gonna cover. Permitting 101, trying to kind of get some baseline understanding. I think that permitting can be very, very complicated, even more for quality. So I wanted to get some understanding of what we're doing, so you have a better understanding about how we can potentially improve that. There was a request also to talk about permitting timelines, something that we track very closely, and we're definitely very intentional about trying to figure out a way to expedite our process as much as possible, while also making sure permits are legally defensible and robust. And then also talk a little bit about permitting efficiencies. It's something that has been going on for quite some time. And I expect that soon we'll start to see some of those efforts come to fruition. So on permitting 01, just from the basics, what is an air permitting? And you probably have seen this in all of our hearings, but it's a document that authorizes legal emissions of air pollutants under certain terms and conditions. It also defines what pollutants can be emitted and at what levels. And it identifies the steps that must be taken to reduce those emissions. And in addition to that, it has some record keeping and reporting, some way that we can assess that actually facility is complying with those terms. And we cannot just say, okay, we're gonna reduce, we heard a little bit on the greenhouse gases, like there are certain reductions, but we have to ascertain that those reductions are actually happening. We have different types of permits, different types of facilities. So the first one is the minor. And if I give you an example, if you have an engine and that engine, if you turn it on the whole day for 24 hours, 87, 60 hours a year, if you look at the emissions and you compare them to the thresholds for major sources, if it's below, that is a minor source. Basically meaning that if you keep that in operation the whole time, it doesn't exceed those thresholds. Then we have what is called a synthetic minor source. And this we get a lot because we've had a lot of reclassifications. That is a source that when they turn their engine on the whole time, they exceed the major source thresholds, but they decide to take some limits, some legally enforceable limits, such as saying, I'm just gonna operate from 8 in the morning to 5 at night, and I'm just gonna operate Monday through Friday. If those emissions then get you below the major source threshold, that is a synthetic minor source, basically meaning that it could potentially emit more than a major source, but they're taking certain limits and they're taking certain permit conditions to make sure that they don't. And then we go into major sources, and this is where things get a little tricky because we have major sources for Title V, and Title V is Title V of the Clean Air Act, which is operating permits. And we also have major sources for PSD, which is prevention of significant deterioration. And we have major permits for non-attainment new source review. So I guess a little bit complicated, but basically once you exceed that threshold, then that source becomes a major source. And sometimes those sources might take limits, but maybe even with the limits, they still are above those thresholds. And I recognize that there's a lot of information, and I want to make sure this is useful to all of you. So if you have any questions, feel free to chime in. And obviously, we'll have questions and answer at the end. A facility can have more than one type of permit. To start off, to construct, you need a construction permit. But then once you exceed that threshold and the source becomes a major source, then they need a Title V permit. And then that Title V permit, its role is to roll in everything that has happened at that site for the last 5 years. So let's say that my allegory with the engine, let's say that they install, facility one installs an engine, one engine every year for 5 years. Then the Title V will roll in all those 5 engines, will put them on a single document, and they will add monitoring, record keeping, and reporting. So basically, it has more stringency to it to make sure that those sources are well kept within the limits. And then once a Title V source is in place, and you have 12 months from construction to get to apply for a Title V permit. But once there's a Title V source, then there are two options that you have for new projects. You can go the regular route to get a construction permit, or within the Title V permit, you can get a permit modification. And I believe that this is something that came up in the last rulemaking, now that there's, within that, we have major modifications and minor modifications. And again, it can get pretty tricky. But it gets tricky because we've gone in different reclassifications as it comes to attainment with ozone. And on this chart that I'm showing on this table on the right, for example, when we were marginal, a major source was a source that was 100 tons per year or more. But then as we've been reclassified and degraded on that, right now we're on severe. So basically a major source for Title V is a source that is 25 tons per year or more. And along with that, if you are a Title V source, you look at what is a significant modification. So at this level, what's in the red highlight is 25 tons per year. So basically any modification at Title V source that is 25 tons per year or more is now considered a major modification. And this is relevant because we talk a lot about minor mods, but minor mods are narrow in scope because they have to meet certain requirements. And those are the bullets that you see on the left. So one of them I already mentioned, you have to be below, in this case, 25 tons per year of nitrous oxides or VOCs as it comes to like the non-attainment area. But it cannot violate any applicable requirement. It cannot reduce the stringency, meaning the frequency of monitoring, record keeping, or reporting. And it cannot involve a case-by-case determination. It cannot establish synthetic minor limits, like I was saying, just to become a minor source. And the significant increase is what I was mentioning there with the red arrow, and also does not qualify as NSR modification, and also it doesn't have a PAL, a plant-wide applicability limit. Those are permits that we don't like to issue. They're pretty old, but it has to meet all these criteria in order to be a minor mod. And then when we look at the difference between a major Title V source and a major PSD non-attainment new source review, there are different things that we look into it. Title V applies everywhere in the state. So basically, like if an area is in attainment, they will use the 100 ton per year threshold. If they're in the non-attainment right now, it's 25 tons per year. For PSD, the threshold is 250 tons per year, unless it's one of the source categories, but then it lowers it to 100 tons per year. And then for non-attainment new source review, that's in non-attainment areas. Right now in the non-attainment area, that'd be a source of 25 tons per year or more of VOCs or NOx. And there's certain more stringent requirements for these PSD or NSR permits. What we've seen here in the last few years, like in January 2021, we became serious. So basically the threshold dropped to 50 tons per year. And what happens then is that if a source is, let's say, 75 tons per year, they have two options. One option is to apply to be a major source, or the other option is to get a synthetic minor permit. So basically, anytime we have a reclassification, the permitting team gets a flood of new applications, either in the Title V team or the construction permitting team. And we've had quite a few of those. November 2023 was the latest one, and we have one that is coming up next year as well. And just to kind of put it in a map, the parts here in blue are the counties that are in non-attainment, basically the North Front Range area. Give you a little bit of an idea. And then now let's talk about permitting timelines. This is me coming to this meeting with these strong winds. But this is also how it feels like where we're trying to issue the permits as quickly as possible, make sure that we meet all the requirements necessary. But we do have some headwinds that we have to deal with. So we wanted to kind of mention some of the ones that are most relevant. I started in June of 2022, and then by December of 2022, we had 23 Title V permits that were litigated. Over the last decade or more, we've had very backbone or very minimal teams. We didn't have the proper resourcing to our permitting staff. So as we had a small staff force and we had an increase in permits, the backlogs increased quite a bit. As we have a backlog, then environmental groups have been suing us on being late on those permits. Title V permits had to be issued within 18 months. And whenever we don't meet that, that is a liability, and obviously it's a liability has been used quite extensively. On July of 2024, we were able to get caught up with all those litigations. This was a very strong partnership that we had, the technical team and also the Attorney General's office, helping us through that process that is very involved and very time consuming, that basically slowed us down as we were trying to issue permits. We had to kind of deal with the legal process as well. We also saw EPA granting a lot of petitions with new interpretations we had never seen before. And that was the case for enclosed combustion devices. And that was the case also for the use of a permit to assure compliance. Things that we've never seen before. And instead of going through the rulemaking process, the petition process was used to create new interpretations of law. So that has been quite impactful to our teams. And we've been doing a lot of hiring. We've hired about, I lost track, at the AQCC, I know it's like more than 200 people, but we hired quite a lot of people. So the hiring process has taken quite some time. And we haven't been able to hire people with experience all the time. So now we're spending a lot of resources and energy into training that staff and making sure that they're properly capable to take on some of these permits. And then the other big headwind we have is, and this is kind of like something that is a growing pain, but we've had a lot of new regulations thanks to the Air Quality Commission. But obviously we want to be the leaders in air quality protections, but it comes at a cost. So as new rules come into effect, we have to incorporate those rules into our process. We have to make sure that we have new standard procedures. Our systems are from the 1990s, so it's taking quite a bit just to kind of make simple changes. So they take a lot of energy and effort, and we also put out guidance, for internal and external purposes, so that we know what to do when the new regulations come into play. We also know, we let the applicants know what they should be doing. And then the redesignations have been quite significant, right? January 2021, we have about 60 new Title V sources. We had another redesignation November 2022 that had 117 new initial Title V applications. So basically, as you lower the threshold, you're casting the net wider and wider. And then on July, we had another voluntary reclassification. In that case, we were able to track a little bit. There were about 5 new Title V, but we also had about 40 synthetic minor applications. And then on 2027, we expect that there'll be another reclassification, about 55 sources is what I'm hearing. It's really hard to estimate, but some of them will come through synthetic minor permit. Some of them will come through Title V. But in spite of all of that, we do have something to look forward to. We have some hope, and I think we're starting to see some improvements in certain ways. So first of all, we had a DI investment in, I think it was 2021, 2022, that allowed us to basically right-size the agency, hire more people so that we can start to work on the backlog. As I mentioned, we've been able to hire a lot of people. A lot of them are doing a great job. They're catching up pretty quickly. And we're starting to see them become more comfortable and improving the production of permits. We hired 28 new permit engineers and supervisors in stationary sources. And we're also concurrent with that, are doing a digital transformation, bringing us from the 1990s to today. Basically making sure that the applicants can be entering things electronically via online application forms, and that that information can flow through different parts of the process so that we can avoid the data entry and just make our system much more efficient. More recently, we hired a Chief Operating Improvement Officer. His name is Chad Whitlock. And his goal is to basically focalize and help us coordinate all of these efforts so that we can be more effective and we can prioritize properly which things to do, because we only have so many people. Even though we've hired a lot of people, we're still training them, we're still having them write permits, and then We're looking at kind of what regulations are coming. We're supporting different teams like the air toxics team into making sure that those regulations are having the thought process of implementation. So we're trying to kind of like figure out how to do this process improvement efforts without having a big cost as it comes to like a penalty in the production of permits that we should be doing. And then we did a deep dive with the Office of Strategy Planning and Innovation, OSPI. That was internal. We met with each one of the teams. We mapped the process from beginning of receipt of application to issuance of permit, and we've come up with a lot of brainstorming. We also brought on board the Boston Consulting Group, BCG. They just ended their process with us, looking at those and other recommendations on how we can optimize and be much more efficient in what we're doing. And we expect that that's going to be a framework not only for the air quality team, but also for other teams in the state. And we've also looked at other states, what other states doing. This is not an issue that we have with a large backlog just in Colorado, but other states have it too. So with that, if we look at construction permits first, since 2021, there's definitely an increase in the, I think this is median number of days that it takes to process an application. So we picked on 2023 with 424 days. And to put things in perspective, that's when we implemented new dispersion modeling requirements. That's also when we implemented the environmental justice rulemaking. So there were a lot of changes that happened all at once. And that's at the same time that we're trying to hire a lot of people, do interviews, do training, all of that. 2024, we saw like a reduction to 343. And 2025, so far, we've seen a little bit of an uptick, but still not as bad as 2023. If we look specifically at what has been produced, the construction permitting team is divided in two. One of them is the oil and gas team, and the other one is the non-oil and gas team. So the oil and gas team issued, for example, 436 permits in the last year or so. And the median days for processing those was about 339. General permits, they have the conditional approval after 60 days, but we do review them and we do issue a letter of approval. And we issued 1,718 in the last year, and those took about 319 days. For non-oil and gas, we issued 225 permits with 597. That is a younger team, also that one difference here is like oil and gas, we have a defined universe of sources. When it's non-oil and gas, we get everything from like a gas station, maybe a dry cleaner, to like a power plant or something else. So basically the variability of sources is quite significant. So that's a team that obviously will take a little bit longer so that we can shrink those timeframes. And then as it comes to Title V, in the last year, we issued 25 initial permits. This is unprecedented. Never in the history of CDPHE have we issued so many permits. That included 41 renewals. Minor modification, we issued 22 of them. SIGMODs, we issued 21. And the smaller ones like administrative modifications or reopenings were about 8. And then on the right side, you see the average number of days that it took for those applications to go through. As you're looking at the median and the mean of days that it took to process those applications, keep in mind that we're working on applications that are years old. So as we're issuing them, our average is going to go up. But obviously, we don't want to game the system by just working on new applications and then making our average look good and then kind of leaving all those old applications continue to get older. And then as it comes to permitting efficiencies, I mentioned that we hired a chief operating improvement officer who has been basically filling into the data, looking at what we're doing, what we can do in addition to the efforts that are under play. We have the process improvement deep dive, again, with OSPI internally and also with BCG externally. We looked at what other states are doing. We have the digital transformation with Salesforce, which is a big investment for us. Basically, our permit engineers are spending a lot of time right now supporting those teams so that we can have a system that is modern and up to the standards that we expect. And we're also evaluating the use of artificial intelligence. Our Title V team has spearheaded that project, looking at the use of Notebook LM, and they're showing some very promising results as it comes to like reduction in the time that it takes to do the regulatory applicability. We also have a memorandum of understanding with EPA that allows us to stay, to start the clock for the 45-day review and the public review at the same time. So this for Title V permits so that we can shave off between 30 and 45 days. So that's something that is relatively new. And we also worked on elevating some of our staff to work lead positions so that they can take more responsibility, so they can take off some of the load that some of our supervisors have right now, so that again, we can get permits out the door more quickly. And we also brought in people from other teams. So I want to thank our greenhouse gas team, the climate change gas team. We have one person that is helping us kind of with review of permits. Also want to thank the emission reduction credit team that is also helping us with another person that is helping once a week, I mean, to look at some permitting efficiencies and basically helping the construction permitting teams to get permits out the door. And then we have a pilot project that we just started. And I believe that they just issued their first permit, but we have some of the modeling team staff helping us write permits also so that we can work on this backlog. So these are some of the current efforts that we have. And again, there'll be much more to share as we continue these efforts. Right now, we're going to be evaluating some of the recommendations that we've gotten internally and externally, trying to evaluate the ways that we could implement them more quickly. And I'll stop there and I'll see if there are any questions. And maybe I'll hand it over to Michael.
Go ahead, Michael.
Yeah, I just wanted to add one more group that'll be looking at our processes and systems, and that's going to be the auditor. So I think it was SB 25306. We actually had a pre-kickoff meeting today at 1 o'clock. So I was out for a little bit, and it looks like they will be focusing significantly on permitting as well. So that'll be the fourth look since my 4 years here.
Thank you. Any questions? Go ahead.
Yeah, I woke back up here. I have a question on slide number 19, where you're talking about permitting metrics for construction permits. So there's some pretty significant numbers. Do I understand that as someone has submitted for a permit to perform some type of construction and they cannot proceed with construction until they've been issued the permit? Is that correct?
For the most part, that is correct.
Okay.
We do have an ability in some cases under certain conditions to allow for certain construction to occur with like enforcement discretion. But for the most part, you're right. Like if they don't have a construction permit, they cannot start breaking ground.
So would you say is there any particular area of permits in which you feel like there's the greatest pressure to get those done? Would it be in this area or is it a different type of permit?
Yeah, that's a great question. This is our biggest pressure point.
Okay.
Applicants need their permit before they can break ground. Sometimes they need that for like some other financing. Whereas on Title V, we have the opposite problem. As long as they submit an application on time, they can sit and not work with us on finishing that permit.
I would just add, I mean, permitting is important to everyone, both environmental groups as well as industry. And so for us, it's not picking one or the other. You know, all of our process improvements are going to be aimed broadly at all the different areas. Right. As you guys know, obviously, industry is one where, you know, getting more timely permits is something where they can move forward more quickly. But I would also say, on the other hand, most of our overdue permit litigations are from environmental groups because they also want permits in place faster. So it's something we've been, you know, focused on more broadly, you know, really focused on it for the past year and looking at ways to continue to improve it because it's beneficial for everyone.
Yeah, because as I understand it, some of these permits are establish the operating regulations. Right. And that's therefore, you know, they may be continuing to operate under former or older regulations.
That's correct.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
So one thing to note there is that one, regulations apply whether it's in their permit or not. So if regulations are updated, even if their permit has old versions of that regulation, they're still subject, which does create some confusion. Construction permits are also not something that has to be renewed on any regular basis. Right. So there are a lot of permits out there that do have old information. but they still have to comply with both that permit and with the current. And I'm going to speak just because I spent almost a decade doing permitting and overseeing permitting on the oil and gas program, that one of the ways that we've really dealt with the fact that especially more standardized permits that don't need to wait for us to review them before they can go ahead and construct are through the use of general permits, which have really allowed for the things that are a little more straightforward to go within 60 days to go ahead and start construction under that general permit without a formal approval from us, because they are following all of the requirements of that permit. It's the construction permits where they do have to wait, and typically those are going to be more complex types of operations, things that are, higher level. If they're going to be a major source, they're probably going to have to go through more, and they're not going to be able to take advantage of a general permit in that situation. So it typically is for construction permits, it's going to be the more complex stuff that is going to take longer too. And so a lot of it's building in, at least in my work with a lot of the oil and gas industry over the past, they just want to know how long it's going to take so they can plan. Even if it's going to take a long time, they would rather know just it's going to take a long time and we can plan for it versus being unable to plan. And it's really hard to plan when things change. And I will say this is also not a new problem. I've been here for 18 years and it has been the continual conversation since I started in permitting in 2008. So.
And when you're talking about permitting, you're talking about an issuance, you're talking about from the time someone actually submits the permit to the time you actually issue it. And not only is it the division's time in there, it's the applicant's time either responding to or which sometimes expands that time frame too.
Yeah. And in the same time period of all of this going on, we used to have a lot more exemptions. So equipment that could be built without any kind of notice to the division. And now a lot of that equipment has to be reported to the division and get permitted prior to being constructed. So that has changed pretty significantly over the last 15 years. There's also been, historically, there was an allowance for like drilling to happen before getting a permit from us. Now that is not allowed. They must get a permit before they can even start drilling. Plus, we have added additional processes for the protection of people, but the modeling requirements that are now added into the construction permitting process. So now there are more things that happen once we get the permit application. So there are a lot of factors that have gone into extending those timelines, and they were never easy to meet even when we didn't have a lot of those. So I just want to point out there are so many reasons why this has been a continual problem, and why having Sergio here to keep trying to make a difference is so helpful.
Great, thank you.
Commissioner Milford.
Thank you. Sergio, thank you for the presentation and the permitting 101. I can remember back when I first joined the commission in the late 90s, I was hearing about synthetic miners for like 2 years before I had any clue what a synthetic miner was. So it's nice to have that up front. I was really interested in hearing a little bit more about the new requirements for sources in disproportionately and cumulatively impacted communities that were adopted in 2023, how that's going, and if you have any kind of numbers for us on that front. How many, one of the things I was wondering was how many permittees actually had to do source-specific monitoring as a result of that change.
Thanks for that. And I can start that, and Steph can fill in the blanks. But the most impactful requirement from that rule was that every single application virtually had to have an environmental justice summary submitted to us. So basically, and that would be a pre-application process. So we need to basically know, are you in a DIC community or are you in a CIC community? And then we had a team that would ascertain that, because at the beginning we were having a lot of confusions about it, so people were thinking they were in and they weren't, and vice versa. So that process, just standing up that process in such a little bit of time, was very impactful to permitting. I think that the implementation days were like 60 days, from the date that it was approved by the commission to the day that that went into effect. So we've been able over time to make that process a lot more smoothly. At some point, there were like 80 some steps, I think, just to kind of submit your EJ summary. So that's one of those requirements. Now, you talk about the monitoring requirements, and there's sometimes some modeling requirements because of that rulemaking. I don't have the numbers in front of me, but we can provide those numbers maybe in the future or a lot of time of how many sources are affected by it. I don't believe that we have a lot of sources that have to do the source-specific monitoring because of the EJ requirements, but we do have some of them. And then another requirement was the RACT requirements, the reasonable available control technology. Just a little parenthesis, that's when you basically look at a piece of equipment and say what are the possible ways that you can put controls on that piece of equipment to lower emissions. And then you basically say, okay, you can do option 1, 2, 3. Then you say option 1 is so many million, option 2 is so many million. And then you get to like a cost of dollars per ton. And based on that dollars per ton, we decide whether that's reasonable or to do or not. So that's a new requirement also that came into effect a couple of years ago. But I don't have the specific numbers. I don't know, Steph, if you have more to add on that.
I don't have numbers, but certainly if you want to send Jeremy an email and kind of outline what kind of information you're looking for, we would be happy to go and try to put that together for you.
Yeah, I mean, I hope I don't have to follow up with an email. I think the question is pretty narrow and clear. I would just like to know how many sources have had to do modeling and how many sources have had to do source-specific monitoring as a result of the changes to Reg 20 or Reg 3 in 2023. That would be great if we could get that information. Thank you.
Absolutely. We can look into it. I might argue that it's not as simple as maybe that you're making out to be, but certainly we will look into it.
Okay, thanks.
Any other, go ahead, Commissioner Sewell.
Question about slide 9, the offset ratios that you mentioned on that table for minor modifications. Can you talk about that a little bit? Or?
Absolutely. Yeah, that's something that I didn't touch on. So it's a great question. So when there is a facility in a non-attainment area, I put in one of my slides that one of the bullets is they have more stringent requirements. One of the more stringent requirements in the non-attainment area is that for every ton that is emitted, there needs to be an offset. Very similar to the previous presentation on greenhouse gases. They had to find those offsets. So the offsets at this point is 1.3 tons for every ton that is emitted. So basically, a major source in a non-attainment area would have to offset all of their emissions plus 30% before they can get a permit. So it's a pretty stringent requirement. We have a emission reduction credit program that does very much what the greenhouse credit, the credit tracking system does, which is look at what are the reductions that are creditable that could be potentially used. And then again, a facility that wants to operate in those areas would have to buy those credits or create those credits. Something that they've done in some places is they have a piece of equipment they're not using, they can shut it down. And when I did permitting in Maricopa County, they had the same issue. They don't have enough credits. So they were suggesting facilities they should go buy a facility, shut it down so that they can create the credits. So that's what that means, that basically anytime you're in a non-attainment area, there's also an offset requirement that you have to comply with.
And voted on that last month and to update that ERC program.
Right.
So if you recall that was because the ERC program that was in effect prior to that was, I think, a 1983 program that we had been stuck with for a very long time. So
okay.
Good question.
So there are more slides to talk about fees if you want to move on to that, or do you have more questions?
Did you have one more, Jeff?
Nope, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay. Let's move on to fees.
All right. So a little bit of information here, and I've already been told that I'm missing a citation here. So that I need to add in another section 25-7-114.72A1, I believe was the citation that I'm missing on this slide. So, but wanting to point out that really high level, the division is tasked with developing and administering and implementing programs that are required by Title 25, Article 7 of the Colorado Revised Statutes. And that includes our permitting programs, that includes our inspection and compliance programs, that includes our mobile sources work. So there's quite a lot in there that we are required to develop and administer. And the only mechanism that is available to us in statute to pay for that or fund those efforts is to collect fees to cover our direct and indirect costs. And so including but not limited to, I'm going to make sure I have my legal, they've informed me, my legal counsel has informed me, I need to make sure I'm always saying including but not limited to APN filing fees, emission fees and processing fees, greenhouse gas emission fees are kind of some of the three big ones that we think about and that we'll be talking about in some of the fee conversations going forward. But that really is the link between these two is we have to do programs and the only mechanism to fund ourselves is through fees. We have been in the fortunate place over the last few years that the General Assembly has granted money from the general fund. As you all know, the general fund is not currently flush. And so it's balanced, but it doesn't have a lot of extra money. And so, we're not going to be able to take advantage of that in the next couple of years. And therefore, we do need to go to who we are statutorily required to go to, which is the fee payers or the regulated entities, to collect more fees to cover all of the programs that we have been directed to build. And so what does that cover? Direct and indirect costs, again, including but not limited to our time reviewing permit applications, the work that we do to enforce permit requirements, but also regulatory requirements, emissions monitoring and tracking, developing new regulations, emissions modeling and analyses, inventory work, building data systems, like everything kind of comes into that. We do get money a little bit here and there there's a little bit of money from EPA and sometimes we get individual like lump sums for specific projects. So like our data modernization project, or efforts have a certain amount of money coming from the general fund that is continuing to come to us. But by and large, fees are intended to cover all of our ongoing costs. And so one thing that changed here in the recent few years is that the Air Quality Control Commission was granted authority by statute to adjust the fees as needed, as opposed to historically, fees were set in statute and they had to be changed through legislative action. And so now this commission can actually make adjustments to fees, which is very nice. It offers a couple of things. One, it gives us a little more ability and flexibility to actually increase those fees, but it also frankly allows for a lot more stakeholder input into that process as well. So I think there are a lot of pros to that. A little bit about how this has changed over the last many years. You can see that the line has been pretty flat for a very, 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 very long time. This is not something that, again, because it was something that you had to change in statute, it was not something that was easy to change, and therefore it didn't change super frequently. And it's only been in the last couple of years where you start to see this stark increase. And this increase that you see on here is representative of what you voted on in April of 2025 to increase fees to right now. It is not reflective of where we actually need to go to cover all of the programs. So I want to point out there are a couple more of these increases that are really going to be needed to get us at the funding level that is going to cover all of the things that we are statutorily mandated to do. So a little bit about kind of how we've been funding ourselves over the last few years. Prior to 2020, our annual expenses were generally less than $12 million. I won't say that that meant we were fully funded or fully staffed. Often that still meant we felt like we were behind in permitting and behind in inspection work. But at the very least, those were our annual expenses based on the staff that we could hire. And that was what we were charging in fees, and it was largely matching up there. And then we were told that we needed to increase all of the work that we were doing. One, to staff up to the level of permitting staff and inspection staff that the legislature determined we really needed to be able to do all of the work that we were already doing, as well as direction to build a lot of new programs. So everything that we've done in climate, everything that we're doing for air toxics, all of the community outreach, the EJ work, all of those things, more modeling, more, so all of those things are additive to the work that we historically did. And again, even with that $12 million, we were not necessarily staffed up to the level that we needed to be able to handle the workload that we had in front of us. So our expenses now are quite significantly higher. And that's not much of a surprise. And the reason why we haven't been coming to you with fee increases, significant fee increases the last few years, is because the General Assembly did provide money, appropriations out of the general fund. And so you can see it's pretty significant. And the reason why I pointed out this April 2025, the 2026 $5 million, is only because your materials in April 2025 that you were reading in that packet said we were asking for $14 million, and we did not get $14 million. We got $5 million. So I just wanted to point that out. All right, so kind of where that's going. You can see how our fees or how our revenue has not necessarily increased at the rate at which our expenses have increased, and how we've been able to bridge that because of general fund dollars that were granted to the division. And that was really subsidizing the fact that our directive is to collect fees to fund our programs from the regulated entities. It allowed for us to delay increasing fees and collecting those fees. And now we must go and collect those fees. And so that's what you're going to be seeing from us here in the next year, and frankly, probably 2 to 3 years of us kind of catching up. We are trying to pace it as much as we can because we realize that we already have gotten a significant fee increase this in 2025, and we're going to be asking for another significant fee increase in 2026 and likely another one in 2027. And this is why, if you look at the expenses there. Yep.
Quick question. How do you fill the gap in 25 and 26 between the line and the bars?
Yeah, so we still have some fund left from those general funds. So the purple line that's really far over.
You can keep that revenue.
Basically, and that's how we've been able to pace this out a little bit. Instead of having one big fee increase, we've been able to pace it out over a few years by continuing to spin that down.
How long do you anticipate? It looks like just graphically looking at that, you're dwindling it down.
It's fast.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
After this year, we're going to be pretty much out. So with this next fee increase, we need it on a timeline that's going to allow us to cover fiscal year 2027. And then we will be doing another one similarly to get us fully to where we need to be.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep. Yeah. Not much time left. All right, so why did this happen? Staffing increased by over 100%. Average was around 200 staff prior to 2020, but that assumed us being fully staffed, and we were not necessarily always fully staffed. And now we are at 395 current hired staff. And so that's such a huge increase in the number of staff. And staffing is more expensive now than it was 5 years ago. Division was underfunded for years and therefore understaffed. So often, like I said, even if we had 200 staff on the books, we didn't always actually have 200 staff. And so just wanting to kind of point that out. There was a significant fiscal year 23 decision item and numerous legislative bills that really authorized all of these staff. So that's where that came from. And again, part of that was to make up for past understaffing, and part of it is to allocate more staff for things like the climate program and air toxics. So all of this really is driven by a number of things. One, past understaffing, but also, as Sergio was talking about earlier, with these non-attainment downgrades, that significantly changes the workload on us for permitting, developing these greenhouse gas goals, developing a lot of new regulatory initiatives and oversight, and all of the EJ work and the community outreach, all of these things that are a great service to the regulated community, but as well as the public. But they do require quite a lot in terms of staffing as well as other resources. And some of the historically significant impacts that I didn't want to leave out here is that we are seeing impacts from tariffs and inflation. We are seeing impacts from the cost of living in Colorado and adjustments to just staff pay. There is definitely this increased community and public interaction. And we have seen a very marked increase in interaction with the federal government this last year. So there's a lot of things that are going to be impacting our workloads. We also have quite a number of new programs. So I don't want to leave out the fact that not only did we grow a whole lot of new programs with the climate work, the air toxics work, our mobile air toxics monitoring, and the significant expansion of the monitoring programs, all of the mobile monitors, vans that we have out there now, all of the communications, community outreach, the methane monitoring program that we've built. But there's also been a tremendous amount of expanded modeling for permitting, increased permitting and inspection workload, significant increases to account for historical understaffing, increased ozone planning, rule writing, and regulatory implementation, additional legal support, because there's been a lot of litigation as well. So all of these reasons are why division expenses have increased. And this gives you just a really high level kind of look at how that breaks down across the division. And what you'll kind of see is like administrative and indirect is that blue, and then what we would traditionally consider stationary sources, even though technically not all of these programs operate under stationary sources. They're historically serving stationary sources. Those are orange. Our technical services and monitoring programs, that's our green. The regulatory affairs programs, those are in purple. And some of our outreach and health and sustainability work is in yellow. So that kind of brings us up to the 100% of our expenditures. One thing that I want to note, because I think this is going to come up, is that there is a difference between the numbers that you're going to see in terms of how much each individual unit spends. So like climate, maybe at $2 million to $3 million to cover the climate program. And then we're going to tell you that the total we need to support climate work is $7.25 million. And the reason for that is because it's not just the climate program doing climate work. There are a lot of different work that's happening across the entire division around climate work that is not just that climate program. So I want to maybe divorce that a little bit, that sometimes we say oil and gas, and you might think that's all the oil and gas work that's happening. But OIP, my old program, is developing all of the methane monitoring program and doing all of the intensity and midstream implementation work for greenhouse gases. That's a tremendous amount of oil and gas work. So it's not as easy to just slice and say this is all oil and gas work and this is all something else. There's way too much overlap for that. So even when you look at this is just by program. It's not necessarily reflective of how much climate work we're doing or how much oil and gas work we're doing or how much utility work we're doing or anything like that. So I just wanted to make that caveat.
Question on that is the pie that we're looking at, that's the entire APCD pie?
That is the entire Stationary Sources Control Fund.
Just the Stationary Sources Control Fund? Yes. Okay, thank you.
Yes, so there are other monies like our Mobile Sources Program, but our Indoor Air Program is within this same bucket. So when we talk about the total amount that we need, sometimes we'll talk about 50 to 55 million. And some of those are because of these other things that are going to be within the same fund, even though they may not be the same fees that we're going to be talking about in some of these upcoming rulemakings.
So, excuse me, a related question. I think that mostly answers it probably, but I've heard about at least the department getting grants for various things. Would those don't affect these pieces of the SSCF.
So they don't. We do have, where we can and justify it, we definitely will charge to those. So the CPRG fund, or the climate pollution reduction grant that the state of Colorado was awarded through CEO, of which we have about 23 million that is supposed to be coming to us. We have one full-time staff member that is 100% paid by that fund, but then we do allocate a percentage of other people's time to it. They're still full-time employees, meaning that once that grant goes away, they will still be funded. But in the meantime, their time that is spent on that, we are billing to those. All right, so that is the end of my slides, but happy to answer any other questions you might have.
Any commissioner questions? I have one additional one. Thanks for especially slide 30. I thought that was a really informative slide. I appreciate the narrative around the division expenses increasing and the new programs. I at least mentally tie those to headcount. Maybe there's more than just headcount on some of that. But I guess I see that explaining the increases from 22 to 24 and 25. I guess I see the bar and continue to go up to 26 and beyond. And are we continuing to add staff, or is that just inflation and other costs, or
so
I would expect that to level off a little bit?
Yeah, and I think it will. One, we haven't necessarily hired everyone that was granted to us. We've continued to hire out positions. So part of it is that still incremental increase of hiring out the rest of those positions, or at least the ones that we can. Another big piece of this is indirect is changing, and what the department is going to be looking for is going to be a higher percentage likely in the future. So some of the projections have a much higher indirect, which is just that overhead that we pay to the department for everything. So we're expecting that to increase for HR services and everything else. So some of it is about that. Some of it might be just about acknowledging inflation and the way that with Colorado winds, I think the expectation for annual increases for staff is different than it used to be. And for the benefit of staff, but that is a cost that we have to account for.
Thank you. Commissioner Miller, go ahead.
I'm interested in whether you could or have already benchmarked our fees against other states who run similar fair programs that you would consider our peer. Maybe you consider California your peer, or New York. So I'm wondering about the fees that those states, because I'm just interested in, yeah, we need fees, but will these industries move because our fees are too high? So it's a question I have.
Well, the oil is here, and so it can't really move. So there is a lot that is that, but also I think that's a really good question. I think that's valid. Anecdotally, I don't have the numbers in front of me, and I would ask, I don't know if Jim has ever done that analysis. So Jim can come up here and talk about it, but I can tell you anecdotally, when I talk to people from CARB, they have multiple air resource boards doing the same amount of work that our one office is doing, and significantly more staff. So just as an example.
Yeah, but I'm talking about fees.
Yeah.
Just different, and I think we have other industry other than oil and gas, like, okay, yeah, we have oil and gas, but we have other industries that you're talking about fees, right? Not just that one. So it's a bigger question.
Right. It's not just oil and gas. It's across all stationary sources.
Yeah. Thank you. So Jim Reeser, other Deputy Director for Air Pollution Control Division. This is all of us. And one just quick clarifying point.
Yep.
Because this is a change when we look at our budget. The indirect costs were exceedingly low for several years due to the influx of federal money from ARPA and for COVID. And we've been expecting it to go up. We hoped it would be delayed to next year. It just very recently was tripled. So it's happening this year, including going back. And I'm quite sure three numbers are our numbers. I know my staff pulled them, but it's already happening. So it's a big impact. And the budget should be leveled off at that $50 million mark. But in terms of fees, yeah, we did a deep analysis last year. And every state is structured a little differently. So apples to apples is a real challenge. Looking at our primary revenue source, which is the annual emissions per ton, I think my staff looked at 32 states, basically everybody they could find, and we were the second lowest. Many states are significantly higher, whether you consider them peer states like West Coast states or interior states, Texas, Oklahoma, South Carolina. We're very low. I do want to say that, but also with a caveat of, it's probably fair to think we won't be very low after we're done with fee increases this year and next year. And I will also note that when I've shared that with industry, they do highlight that we have other fees that Colorado companies often pay that other states don't. And in particular, they note that the greenhouse gas fee is unusual. So, they like to talk about the cumulative burden and also air quality enterprise, which doesn't directly impact the division, but the industry companies are paying all these other fees. So does that help?
Yeah, that's
answer your
great.
question, Commissioner Miller?
Yeah, really helpful. Thanks.
I feel like we just killed the mood. Everyone just like quiet.
It's almost 4:00.
I know, it's
I was curious.
Yeah.
I was curious.
I'm leaving.
With the years, are those calendar years or fiscal years?
Those are fiscal years.
And fiscal year 25 is 25 and 26. That's what we're currently in, or is fiscal year 25?
Fiscal year 26 is through next year, right? It's the end year, Jim?
Sorry, I know these numbers. Yeah, that's this fiscal year, that's through June 30th.
So
Right, so 2026 projected is through June 30th, 2026.
Okay. That's why I thought. So we're already in fiscal year 26 in this slide.
Yeah, and this might just help a little bit with I think you're doing the math on doubling of size, but the budget's more than doubling. And probably even if you include some inflation. We did hold staff very low during the COVID years. So I think we had a slide, so we increased from 200 to 400 staff, but I think we're holding more like 160 staff. So those numbers, 12, 13, 14 million, were artificially low at that time.
So it's more like 160 to 400, which is 2.5 times instead of just.
Yeah.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
I don't know that you can answer this question, but it just popped into my head. Have you evaluated the cost differential between having staff here in the office versus having them, most of them being remote? Is there much difference? I know you still have to provide computers and the like for them. I wondered if there was any savings associated with having remote staff.
I can answer that in this way is the department as a whole manages our office space. And as part of the governor's greening of government initiative, we have consolidated a lot of office space throughout the state, including on this campus. So we used to have 3 buildings. You're in building A, building B is where we're housed, and building C is just to the south. So we're no longer in building C, that's subletted to other agencies. So we have realized some savings from that building, which are distributed between the all the divisions in the department. We haven't looked further at like disbanding air from the office space because we do still see a considerable benefit in maintaining a physical presence. And I know our executive director does as well. So we haven't taken the step of like, what would it look like if we further reduced office space?
I personally would be against that myself, so.
Yeah, and we already currently don't have, we already require hoteling. We have,
I'm not
yeah,
in charge.
our ratio is well.
Anymore.
You all show up.
Can you send out that email?
All right, Any other questions from commissioners? I'll say thank you. This has been enormously helpful, and I think it's terrific background information as we get ready to do fee rulemaking. So I appreciate you guys doing this. And with that, that wraps up our agenda for the meeting. Anything else on the agenda? That's it. That's it. I thought that was it. I didn't think there was anything else. So with that, thank you all for your patience and perseverance today. We won't see you tomorrow. Everyone has a happy holiday season, and we will see you all in January.
See you next year.
See you next year. Thanks. We are.
I always say, it. Can't get enough of